Okay, we are now just a little bit after the bottom of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, and 6:30 now there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as we want to put up the tweet yet again from Tulsa police, and they have now confirmed via their Twitter account that 4 people are deceased, including the shooter in the active shooting situation at St. Francis Hospital. We do have kind of a better vantage point now of the hospital complex itself there. It's a massive hospital complex, but this was particularly contained to one building known as the Natalie Building. And there they are known for, sports medicine, orthopedic surgery, and the like. So we're being told that those 3 people were shot and killed. We don't know if they were, patients at the hospital. We don't know if they were workers at the hospital. And we don't know anything about the suspect. The only thing we know about the suspect is that they are dead. Right now, we're hopefully going to be getting a press conference from authorities in either, the next few minutes or the next hours. We don't have any really timeline on that just yet, but remember, family and friends of those who work in the hospital can go to that reunification site, and that is at Memorial High School at the moment. And so, yet again, another shooting incident in yet another city in the United States, this now in Tulsa, Oklahoma. If you're just joining us here, we're going to be in breaking coverage of this particular event. We're reaching out to local officials, including the mayor, the city council, hopefully bringing on some of our law enforcement experts over the phone to talk about, of course, as we always talk about, how do these investigations go from here and what are the responses like in the moment. Remember, this started out as an active shooter situation. The shooter is now dead, but we do know officers are still clearing the building, making sure there are no more threats. Okay, so we just wanted to put up, yet again, more screens for you to get you the most up-to-date, accurate information as we are getting it in as well. That is the latest, though, from Tulsa Police. In the tweet in the upper right-hand of your screen there in the corner, they say that we can confirm 4 people are deceased, including the shooter in the active shooting situation at St. Francis Hospital campus. Officers are still clearing the building. So this is what we know from Tulsa Police. Remember, we were told as well on May the 27th, according to the Tulsa Police's Twitter account, they conducted their own active shooting training at a local school. Of course, and unfortunately coming in handy today for yet this other active shooter situation. Not a drill in real time. And of course, we know now the suspect is dead. We're learning from a Tulsa City Council member that the suspect possibly killed themselves. And so we're waiting for police to confirm that. But that is from Tulsa City Council member Jamie Fowler, who said that to one of the other local stations on the ground there. So we're working on our sources as well, reaching out to local officials, reaching out to law enforcement experts in the event that they could possibly come on and provide more insight, their expertise into, of course, how active shooter situations are handled, what the response is like, and then, of course, what the investigation will look like going forward. Of course, these are all questions now that we are all so familiar with. There is a rubric, there is a script in these active shooter situations. Right now, we do know that multiple people could possibly be injured. We don't have a number on that. We're just being told that the number of dead stands at 3 people. We don't know who they were. We don't know their ages, their genders, if they were patients at the hospital, if they were employees at the hospital. A lot of information still we do not know. This is very, very new to us. So we're working on getting more and more information. In the meantime, we're going to keep these pictures up. We're going to work the phones here and try to get more information for you. Okay, this is Andrew Kraft back yet again. So what we know at this point in time, according to a Tulsa City Council member, his name Jamie Fowler, he told a local news station the gunman killed himself and that 3 innocent people have been killed. That has now been confirmed, at least the number dead, by Tulsa police. No word yet on how many people in total were shot. We don't have any updates on if there are injuries and if they are being treated at the hospital. Of course, a lot of information during these types of situations can change. It is preliminary, and until we hear from law enforcement in some type of press conference, then of course we can go with what they say. And I thought it is interesting that exactly a couple of days ago, May the 27th, that Tulsa police held their own active shooter training at a local school. Of course, that training, and unfortunately now coming in handy, not a drill, this is reality, and they had to deploy those tactics that they have trained on to respond to this at St. Francis Hospital, particularly centered and focused on one building, the Natalie building. Right now, it looks like federal agents are on the scene. That's according to our local reporters on the ground from Fox 23. But this appears to be just on one floor of the building and possibly just one office of the building. Those are preliminary reports. Now remember, police did say that they are still going room by room in the building to make sure there are no more threats. But we're learning a little bit more that this could possibly just be located on one floor of the building and one office on that floor. We don't know any more particulars on that front. Remember, all roads are closed near the hospital. This is a very large medical facility and medical campus in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So let's show you pictures that Tulsa police released just about an hour ago. This is a better kind of vantage point of the law enforcement response itself. You can see officers entering into the building, into the doors, and you can see the number of agencies responding to this. Tulsa Fire, Tulsa Police. We're being told that federal agents are now on the scene. So we just wanted to bring you that as well. Hopefully, we will be learning more about the nature of who these victims were and what was the motive of this shooter. We don't have any of that information just yet. Of course, it is really just too early for that. And of course, that is what law enforcement will be trying to figure out in the next couple of hours. And I don't want to speculate as to the motive of why someone would do something like this. That is a job that will be left up to law enforcement. There are some reports out there that, you know, this could have been a disgruntled patient, disgruntled employee. We just don't know that at this point in time. And so once we get more information on what that motive looks like, we'll bring that to you here when it is a little more concrete. And of course, we don't have to remind our viewers that here at LiveNOW from Fox and so many others have been covering this recent spate of mass shooting incidents there in Uvalde, Texas, of course, before that in Buffalo, and many other places around the country. This is just the latest one now. 3 people dead, the suspect dead, the number 4 people in total dead from this shooting incident at this hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And remember, we don't yet know when police will be speaking, hopefully very soon here. They're just trying to get as much accurate information as possible. We have kind of a better vantage point atop this hill there of the hospital complex itself. I'm not entirely sure if that is the Natalie building to what we've been indicating, but that is where the shooting happened. That is where the shooting was focused, and we're getting reports that it happened on a particular floor in a particular office. So right now, we have been, listening into our affiliate on the ground, Fox 23 Tulsa, and a lot of preliminary reports so far, but they are speaking to witnesses, and apparently a doctor told one of the anchors at Fox 23 in Tulsa that potentially the victims could include a doctor and a couple of nurses. That anchor asked that doctor if he could confirm that, and he said they were dressed like that. We know that is preliminary. We know that is coming from down on the ground. We'll wait for law enforcement to confirm that. So remember, witness reaction is in the heat of the moment. Sometimes it is unreliable, but first responders have some priorities you'll know when showing up to the scene. Goal number 1, stop the threat. Goal number 2, help those who are injured. And luckily, of course, this is a hospital complex. And if a mass shooting incident or any type of shooting incident were to happen, a hospital, unfortunately, is the best place for it. But unfortunately, we've seen so many of these, not in hospitals, but in elementary schools, grocery stores, churches in the last month. And so it has been just a very strained and tragic period of time, especially as in the wake of Uvalde, Texas, the gun debate rages on. And I just wanted to update some of you on that. While we have these live pictures up, we also have a live picture out of the memorial in Uvalde, Texas. In Washington tomorrow, the House Judiciary Committee will hold an emergency markup of a bill called Protecting Our Kids Act, which is a comprehensive package of gun violence prevention bills. So some of that would raise the lawful age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21. It would establish new federal offenses for gun trafficking and straw purchasers. It would establish requirements to regulate the storage of firearms. It would build on ATF's regulatory ban of ghost guns and much more. It's a very wide and sweeping package of gun control legislation being called the Protecting Our Kids Act. It will be marked up in the House Judiciary Committee tomorrow in an emergency session. That is according to the chairman, Jerry Nadler. Now, I don't want to speculate. We don't know what weapon was used in the Tulsa hospital shooting. We don't know whether or not it was legally or illegally obtained. Remember, a lot of that information comes out piecemeal as the investigation moves forward. But I wanted to just update our viewers about what is happening on Capitol Hill, of course, in the wake of so many of these tragic shooting incidents, as lawmakers try to at least hobble together some type of framework that will pass. Remember, they've been quite unsuccessful in the wake of some of these other mass shootings that we have seen in getting really anything done. So this will be an interesting moment to see if anything can happen on a legislative timeline. And so we just spoke to our reporter down on the ground in Uvalde, Texas as well, as so many questions are swirling as to the law enforcement response there. Remember, we still have a live picture there at the memorial in downtown Uvalde. It grows larger and larger each day. Funerals being held for those victims each and every day. One of those teachers, her funeral held today as the community still in shock a week and a day later. Back out to Tulsa, though. All right, this is Andrew Kraft back here as we continue to cover these Tulsa hospital shooting. At the moment, we have some live pictures up at the scene still. We also have that tweet from Tulsa police up as well. This is what we know so far. 3 people are dead. The suspect is also dead. We're learning that Tulsa police are going to be briefing the public and the press at about 5:15 our time. That would be about 7:15 local time. That will be with the mayor of Tulsa and the police. Joining us here on the phone, though, is Fox 23 evening anchor Rick Marinon. Rick, do you have us?
Yes, I have you here, and I'm on scene as well. So what you are seeing, I'm standing next to that camera.
Okay, give us a sense of what it is like. Is the scene secure?
From what we have been told, yes, there is no more threat. They are still, as I was told an hour ago, they are going room by room evacuating. But what I have been told from my police sources and the hospital sources is it does not appear the entire building was involved, even though everybody in the building took cover. It appears this is all centralized at least on one level, if not one doctor's office specifically, is where these 3 are dead and the gunman took his life. We're still working out as to how many may have been injured. That number is still unknown as well.
Rick, give us a sense of what this building is used for on the hospital campus, and I believe we're looking at it right now in one of the shots that we have up, because this is a large medical campus. Do we know, the particular doctor's office? Do we know what specific types of ailments or injuries they treat? Can you give us more on that?
Yeah, so this is one of the larger medical complexes in the city of Tulsa. This happened not in the hospital where you think of the surgeries and the emergency rooms itself, but they have a series of office towers to the south where their specialists are. And this building in particular is where they do breast health, like mammography, orthopedic surgery, and some outpatient stuff. And we have been told that here's why we're keeping it here. We're not keeping it secret. We're being very careful in how we word this, because we know it is in a specific office. We have heard it's one department. We've heard it's another. There are people out here who are figuring out which one, and there are still people at home waiting for answers. And so we don't want to give the wrong department and scare someone's family who may not have lost somebody. We just know it is on a specific floor in a specific office.
No, Rick, that makes perfect sense. We will let law enforcement do that. We will not, have you do that. We know that the information is very fluid in the moment, and so we'll wait to hear from law enforcement on the specifics of the doctor's office and the like. You've been speaking to witnesses, no doubt. What have they told you? What was their experience like?
This is a hospital, and so you had a bunch of people who heard ambulances, and a lot of them thought, oh, there must have been a bad crash somewhere. We've got 3 ambulances coming in. But then the sirens kept coming in, and they weren't ambulances. They were police cars. And then it was SWAT teams. And then all of a sudden you have people texting people saying they're taking cover in the building. And it's just, the word just gets out through Tulsa, and it's happening here. We see it everywhere else. It's happening here in Tulsa now.
Of course, Rick, you were just mentioning the cruel irony of it happening at a hospital where those who work there each and every day would think nothing of ambulance sirens, ambulance lights coming in, but of course it happened in their own workplace. This is also a somber anniversary for the community of Tulsa. The Greenwood Massacre, the anniversary falls on this day. The community is going through a lot today. What have we heard from local lawmakers?
Well, and you tack that on top of that. We had a mass shooting last weekend in the small town of Taft at a Memorial Day festival where
That's
one
right.
woman is dead, 7 are injured, and the one with a 9-year-old boy. I will say these people who you see responding to this, they are on their A game right now, because after Uvalde, they all did active shooter refreshers. We covered so many stories. This department was in this school that's out for summer. This department went to this school building out for summer. The new rookies did active shooter training. These people are primed and ready for this moment. And they knew it was at the top of their head. It was very fresh. as to what to do here now.
Yeah, Rick, we've been showing our viewers photos from the Twitter account and the Facebook account of Tulsa Police. And they touted and they showed the photos of some of the active shooter training drills they took just days ago. And so, of course, those are drills. This is reality. And to your point, were they ready for this?
Oh, it was like it was like they knew. I keep hearing from, the public information officers out here. This is what we trained for. Except usually when they say this is what we trained for, they mean something a few months ago. No, this was days ago. They were trained for this. Now, obviously, and unfortunately, with the world we live in, they were training in a school setting. This is a hospital setting. We don't know about gun calibers and things like that. We know it was one shooter and he took his life for whatever reason. Those answers might not come for a while now, but it obviously they were ready. They went in. There was obviously they took their precautions, but there was no hesitancy. They knew what they had to do, and then they did it.
Rick, lastly, when are we going to hear from law enforcement? Is there any more concrete timing on a press conference? And have you kind of talked to your sources there with Tulsa Police? What more do they want to know? What more do they need to figure out?
I have just spoken with Tulsa Police. I'm on Central Time. I believe you're on Pacific. Is that right? So 5:15 my time, 7:15 my time, 5:15 your time is when they will have the first briefing. And I'm told it will for sure be police. It will for sure be hospital administration. I know Tulsa Mayor G.T. Bynum is on scene. He may have something to say about that as well. I have tried to reach out to the governor's office. Obviously, he was made aware of the shooting that happened in the small town of Cass just a few weeks ago, or just a few days ago. So it's almost, there's this feeling like, my gosh, again? But at the same time, it's like, because this happened so much, they were ready for this, unfortunately.
Yeah, of course. And the reunification center is at a high school, and we've seen this over and over again. There's unfortunately a rubric and a script, and especially for law enforcement, no doubt, but for journalists as well. We got to cover all our bases in these types of incidents, kind of checking the boxes about the information we know at certain points in time, and then what we need to know further. And that is, for me personally, what would the motive be for this shooter?
It's we've heard some nurses speculate that because this is outpatient, possibly related to a surgery botch, but that is just speculation from nurses that work here at this point. I will say, when you talk about that reunification center, we usually think about that for kids in school situations like this. But the reason why there is a reunification center here is because they were doing trauma in the parking garage, and the parking garage is part of the crime scene. So you have these people here who can't get home, and their loved ones are going to have to pick them up down the road at a high school because the parking garage is where they were working on these people.
All right, and we appreciate your insight there down on the ground. Fox 23 Tulsa evening anchor Rick Marinon. Any final thoughts as we await for law enforcement to update us, Rick? What will you be asking them? No doubt you'll be there.
I will be here. It's like I said on TV. It's like I told my mom. It happened in Tulsa. That's the only thing you can say these days. It happened in Tulsa. We are now in the sad club of that is becoming a part of everyday life in this country, unfortunately. The only way to sum this up, it happened in Tulsa.
All right, and unfortunately we'll leave you on that sad note, Rick. We thank you for your insight, for your reporting, and we'll talk to you again.
All righty.
Okay, Rick Marinon there. He's a Fox 23 Tulsa evening anchor. And like he was saying, not all of the victims from the Buffalo grocery store mass shooting have even been laid to rest. Also, funerals just happening now for the Uvalde victims, just starting in the last couple of days, and then now another shooting at this hospital in Tulsa. But this happened at a hospital. The last one happened at an elementary school, the one before that at a church in California, and then, of course, before that, a grocery store in Buffalo. A string of these very violent incidents that so many of us have grown so accustomed to. Top of the hour here, 5 o'clock on the West Coast, 7 o'clock there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. As we continue to await a press conference, we're going to be keeping these live pictures up. We're going to be hopefully speaking with some more law enforcement experts about the investigation going forward and hearing from law enforcement as well. Okay, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is Andrew Kraft, and we want to provide you with the latest updates out of the Tulsa hospital shooting. Tweet by Tulsa police. There, they say we can confirm 4 people are deceased, including the shooter in the active shooting situation at St. Francis Hospital campus. Officers are still clearing the building. They say more info to follow. We now know that a briefing will be held in about the next 15 minutes with both the Tulsa mayor and Tulsa police chief and other law enforcement officials. We were also being told that federal agents are on scene assisting with the investigation as well. So once we get a shot up of the podium where the press conference will be taking place, we'll bring that to you here. Back out, though, live, you can see that many of the streets still closed outside of St. Francis Hospital and the Natalie building here. But while we wait for the press conference, remember, we have been providing you updates throughout the afternoon here from Uvalde, from Buffalo, and now from Tulsa. And so it looks like some of our reporters down on the ground in Tulsa are getting set up for the press conference. We want to just reset here and show you what else that we have been monitoring today. Well, as we speak, rather, that's happening live. Beto O'Rourke, the Democratic candidate for governor in the state of Texas, is holding a town hall. And most notably, he's been speaking many, many times, very outspoken about gun violence in the state of Texas, especially in the wake of Uvalde. We're going to be playing that out right now. We're also going to be keeping these live pictures up out of Tulsa as we await the press conference.
When the prophet Micah asked the question, what does God require of us? And then he answered it and said, God requires that we do justice, that we love mercy, and that we walk humbly with our God. Do you realize how that starts? Every one of those things starts with a word of action. That's right. Do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. So now that we understand how prayer works, it works because we back it up with action. Let us pray. Would you bow your heads? Loving and gracious God, we come before you right now as a people who are weak, who are worn, who are weary, who are tired. We're tired, O Lord, of all the senseless violence. We're tired and we're worn down by all of the inaction. You have called us, O God, to do justice. And to do justice would mean that we work to change things so that no longer will a generation be lost to gun violence. You call us, O God, to love mercy. And when we love mercy, that means we are merciful to every person. You call us to walk humbly with you. And we walk with you when we walk the highways and the byways and the corridors of power, and we say no more. No more gun violence. No more lost lives. No more. No more. No more. So, Lord, today we ask that you would well up in us a sense of courage and empowerment, that we might move out of this place and go out and seek to change the things that need to be changed. Let us be that change that we are praying for. We pray today, oh God, for every person that's assembled here, and we remember every person whose life has been lost to gun violence. And so now, God, we ask that you would bless our coming and our going and our action. And it's in God's name that we pray, and everyone would say, Amen.
Hello, fellow Texans. I'm delighted to join you to see our next governor. But I am chagrined on why we are here. It's gone on too long. And we cannot shut up. We cannot stop asking for change. The time is now. When an innocent child can't go to school and not sit there and learn after going through all this virus and look up and find a shooter, it's time for a change. It's really unfortunate that in free democratic America, we have to beg our leaders that have been elected, not by me, I might tell you, to do the right thing, to protect the people and to protect the children. We want somebody in office who knows we're here. I was so proud to see him challenge the man that's in jail. And let me tell you, it is time for us to join him in challenging that man by voting. Just last week, I was driving through Southeast Oak Cliff. Plenty of people, enough votes to make a difference. But are they votes? We have a charge to find the votes to defeat this man in office. It's not going to happen without us. And we cannot sit behind our mask and use that as a reason not to get out there and ring doorbells and make sure people are registered. We're about saving lives. And we cannot do it unless we have the right leadership who will lead us in the right direction. When a child can get a gun before they can vote almost, and walk into a school and kill up children who are innocent, it's time for a change. And we must be a part of that change. We can't sit here and say, yes, it's time for a change. We got to make that change happen. committed today to make sure you can register at least 10 additional people who are not voting now and get them to the ballot box come November. That's our only hope. And yes, we can all do it. It's not anybody else's job. It's all of our jobs. It's all of our lives. These are our future that are getting killed in their classrooms. We must stop it. This is America. This is where we say we're the greatest democracy in the world, where kids are supposed to go to school and not fear that a gunman is going to shoot them down. We need leadership who understands that and who's not afraid of the, what is that, ARS, what is it, American Rifle Association? ARA. They're not in charge, and we must let them know that. Our biggest word is at the ballot box. We must vote. We've got enough people to win this state. We just have to make sure they get out and vote. And we're at a critical time. Can you see that everything that this leadership is doing is going in the wrong direction? It's time for a change. And we must be a part of that change. It's nobody else's job. It's all of our jobs. So commit to yourself that you're going to do more than you've ever done to get out and make sure people are ready to vote and make sure they vote. That's democracy. That's the only way we're going to do it. You know that they know that's the way it can be done. That's why they don't want us to vote. That's why we have all these in our voting pieces of legislation coming up. Nobody can change that but us. Is it important to you? Yes. We got to get to work. Yes. It cannot happen without us. We want America back. We want America to be America. We want to see our freedoms, but we want to see law-abiding citizens. We want our children to grow up in safety and lead us into the future, not visiting them in a funeral or going to a hospital. It's us. We're going to make that change. Nobody can make that change but us. We are as a part of it as anyone else. Take it upon yourselves today as an individual to do better than you've ever done. And guess what? Come November, we'll have new leadership.
Congresswoman, thank you so much, not only for your words tonight, but for your lifetime of service. You know, before I introduce Beto, we got some great elected officials here. Let's hold our applause till I get through this list. But let me read those off for you if we can. We have the great Senator Royce West.
Okay, so we're about to hear from Beto O'Rourke there in Dallas, but right now we do want to head out to Tulsa as they are getting ready to have this briefing. Remember, 3 people dead in this hospital shooting there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we're going to hear from the police chief in Tulsa. We're going to hear from the mayor, and we're going to hear about where the investigation stands. We're also learning as well that President Biden has been briefed. According to Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, she says the president has been briefed on the shooting in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that the White House is closely monitoring the situation and has reached out to state and local officials to offer support. Let's listen in to Tulsa officials.
What I can right now, reference the call here at the Natalie Medical Building. It will be probably pretty limited. I will attempt to take some questions after everybody has spoken, but giving you that warning ahead of time, the information is still very new and very limited. At 4:52 hours, our dispatch received a call of an active shooter at the Natalie Medical Building at 6457 South Yale Avenue. We had officers arrive at the location at 4:56, so a 3-minute response time, and made contact with victims and the suspect at 5:01. And that was them making their way to the second floor. The officers that did arrive were hearing shots in the building, and that's what directed them to the second floor. Right now, we have 4 civilians that are dead. We have 1 shooter that is dead, and right now, we believe that is self-inflicted. Officers have not been interviewed, but we're certain that's a self-inflicted gunshot wound on his part. The scene is fairly limited to one section of that floor on the second floor, and officers are currently and detectives interviewing witnesses that were throughout the building, and especially those on the second floor. No officers were injured. We have a reunification center set up at Memorial High School in the auditorium on the north end of Memorial High School for families that may have had somebody in this building at the time and have not been able to make contact. That is a location they can check in with for information. Right now, the suspect, we do not have an identity. That we believe we're getting close on the identity of the suspect. He is a black male, estimated to be 35 to 40 years old, and we have confirmed he had 1 long gun, a rifle, and 1 handgun on the scene at the time. That's what I have, and I will turn it over to.
Can we confirm?
I'll come back for those questions.
Okay, thank you.
What was yours?
Well, you said 5 people total dead.
Yes, 4 innocents, 1 shooter.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Cliff Robertson. I'm the CEO of the St. Francis Health System. And as you can imagine, we're an organization that believes in the power of prayer, and there is nothing more this community could do for us than to pray for the families and the loved ones and the victims of this senseless act. I can't stand here and not thank the first responders in this city. I mean, look around us. The response has been incredible, and I don't know that I've truly understood just how important our first responders can be and are every day. There will obviously be many questions, and there will be a very bumpy road, I think, ahead of us. But there are over 10,000 people that are part of the St. Francis Health System that every day commit their lives to taking care of people in need, taking care of everyone in need. And this senseless, horrible, incomprehensible act is not going to change that.
I want to start by echoing Dr. Robertson's comments. This campus is sacred ground for our community. For decades, this campus has been a place where people have come to work, heroes have come to work every day to save the lives of people in our community. Just in the last few years, in the greatest public health crisis that our city has ever had to face, this has been the facility more than any other that has worked to save the lives of people in this city. I have been out here to this campus repeatedly as mayor when our first responders have been attacked and when one of them was murdered. And it was the people who worked at this campus who were there for them. So I know, because I know Tulsa, I know there are so many people out there right now that want to know what you can do to support the people at St. Francis Health System in the midst of this tragedy. I don't have one thing for you right now. I would ask for you to think about what the St. Francis Health System and the people that work there mean to our community, what they mean to you and your family and your neighbors, the heroes who protect you. Think about what they mean to you, and think about in your own way what you can do to show your support for them in the midst of this tragedy. I also want to express our community's profound gratitude for the broad range of first responders who did not hesitate today to respond to this act of violence. The men and women of the Tulsa Police Department did not hesitate. And when you look around today, you see personnel from federal law enforcement, the Tulsa County Sheriff's Office, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, the Tulsa Fire Department, EMSA. They are all here to provide the support and their own skill set that they can bring to support the people who work on this campus. And all of us in Tulsa have a responsibility to do the same. Thank you. We'll turn it back to Chief Daglish for any questions that you might have.
Mayor, while you're up there, could we get your response? I mean, we're now in the club of cities that had to deal with something like this. What is your response to it happened here?
Right now, my thoughts are with the victims in here, many of whose families don't even know about this yet. So if we want to have a policy discussion, that is something to be had in the future, but not tonight. Not tonight.
Do we know if the victims were employees of the hospital or patients?
From what we do know, it could be a combination both of employees and visitors.
Do we know if he was a patient?
We do not.
With everything that's happened recently, was he wearing body armor?
Not that I'm aware of. That has not been mentioned.
Chief, you said he had two weapons with him, a pistol of some sort and a long gun. Do we know which weapon or both weapons? What did he use, or do we know that yet?
It appears both weapons at one point or another were fired on the scene.
Do we have any reason to believe he was targeting anybody specifically?
We don't have that yet. Investigators, the building not long before we came down here was officially secured, and homicide and crime scene detectives were just making their way in. So all of the investigation and investigative portions and those types of questions are just getting looked into right now.
Can you talk about what's on that second floor?
I don't have there is an orthopedic center, or orthopedic office there, but I'm unaware of if that occupies the whole floor or if there are other offices on the floor.
Do we know if that's where this happened, in that orthopedic center?
At least part of the same.
Is everybody, cleared out of the closets, the cubbies, and
yeah, they've gone floor to floor, office to office, and has gathered keys from St. Francis and have essentially cleared. And we utilize officers from those other agencies as well to help get that job done. There was one witness, potential victim, that was found late in the process, locked in a closet. So worth their efforts to make sure that was very methodically done.
How long was this shooter active from the first shot to him inflicting a wound on himself?
There was a 3-minute response, so I don't know how long the call took to come in, but it appears as though the whole thing was a 4-minute or so time span from the time it came in to the time officers made contact, 4 to 5 minutes.
And all the gunfire occurred in that same area on the second floor, as far as we know?
The best we believe right now.
Do we know who called?
I do not.
After everything that happened last week, was active shooter training refreshed on y'all's mind? And this was just almost second nature for you?
Yeah, I think that's probably fresh on everyone's minds. I will say Tulsa revisits that topic regularly. So I was very happy with what we know so far regarding the response of our officers. And as the mayor mentioned, the citizens of Tulsa, I think, should be proud. This parking lot was difficult to get to for some of those officers who were here just minutes after it came in. It was difficult due to the amount of cars that had responded from all sides of town. And then federal agencies, I believe every federal agency is represented here. Light Horse are here. I've been contacted by surrounding sheriff's offices, Sheriff Regalado, Sheriff Chris Elliott, offering to help cover calls for service while we dealt with the scene. So the response I cannot overstate how proud I am of the area response to this incident.
Do you believe he acted alone?
We're going to have a press conference tomorrow. Yep. We're still unpacking a lot of this. We can ask questions all night.
I've got a question for Dr. Robertson.
If you want to answer the question, so you can, or else we can wait till tomorrow.
We don't know. Yeah. We are still trying to confirm his identity, and the intelligence and the investigative side will take off after that.
Do we know if there's any
There'll be no more questions today. We'll have a press conference tomorrow. We'll get you all the information you need. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, there you have it. That was the press conference from Tulsa officials, the police chief, the mayor, and the hospital administrator. This is what we know so far. Let's put up still, again, the live picture that we have from the scene. About the suspect itself, no identity yet. They know he's a black male between the ages of 35 and 40. He had 2 firearms. He had a long gun rifle and a handgun. According to police, he used both of those weapons in the shooting, or at least it appeared so. We also got an update on the number of casualties. We now know 4 civilians were shot and killed. The shooter, we also know, is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This all occurred on the 2nd floor of the Natalie building at the St. Francis Hospital Medical Complex. No officers were injured as they responded in a very, very rapid manner within 3 minutes of the first reports of the shooting and 911 calls. They're still interviewing witnesses, and we also know that there will be a press conference tomorrow with more information provided. They didn't really provide many new details, though we did learn some more information. So we wanted to update you on that. We still have a live picture from the scene as well. Also, the White House weighing in. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying in a tweet, President Biden has been briefed on the shooting in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The White House is closely monitoring the situation and has reached out to state and local officials to offer support. And of course, there you can see more officials on the scene. The scene is secure at the moment, and now they are combing through evidence, and they are investigating the scene, and they are still talking to witnesses. We also have another live vantage point from St. Francis Hospital there. It's a large, very large medical campus at the heart of Tulsa, according to the hospital administrator who spoke. And of course, on the top of mind of so many of you who are probably watching, of so many of those journalists who are covering this in Tulsa, and so many of Tulsa residents now. This is yet another mass shooting that has happened in the course of the last 4 to 5 weeks. We brought you the latest updates out of the Buffalo shooter. He'll appear court at his arraignment on Thursday. 18-year-old Peyton Gendron. More counts in a 25-count indictment levied today against Peyton Gendron. We also brought you an update live from Uvalde, Texas, about 2 hours ago. One of our reporters spoke to one of those small young school children who was in the classroom at the time at Robb Elementary School, that 4th grade classroom, rather. And so that community still reeling, no doubt, as well, a week and a day after 19 children and 2 teachers were senselessly killed in their classroom. We also have been following all the latest out of Capitol Hill. What is going to be happening with any possible gun reform legislation? This is what we know that's happening tomorrow. There is an emergency committee markup in the House Judiciary Committee. It's going to be led by Chairman Jerry Nadler, also by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. We know June is Gun Violence Prevention Month. We know tomorrow the committee will be marking up a bill that does the following. It raises the age to buy weapons of war from 18 to 21. It restricts access to ghost guns. It outlaws high-capacity magazines. It bans bump stock sales for civilian use. It cracks down on gun trafficking and straw purchases, and it advances states implement safe storage laws for their weapons. Now, next week, Congress will take up red flag laws or the Extreme Violence Prevention Order. Also, they will take up the active shooter bill, which will work like an Amber Alert if there's an active shooter situation, alerting law enforcement and the public. The hearing and markup of an assault weapons ban will follow in the House. A date is TBD on that. The Senate is working to pass background check legislation. So a lot is happening at the federal level. We'll see, of course, if anything comes of it. Back out to Uvalde, back out to Tulsa, the nation confronting yet another mass shooting in yet another American city. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here for our special live coverage as we continue to report and monitor all these latest developments on these scenes and situations. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be giving you more updates about other top stories on this Wednesday night, including the verdict coming down from a jury in Fairfax, Virginia, regarding Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. It's been a very busy day so far, but let's get to one of the other top stories that so many of you here on Live Now from Fox have been following along from the very beginning. 6 weeks of courtroom drama there in Fairfax, Virginia. We now know in a split decision, the jury there also found that Amber Heard was defamed by one of Depp's lawyers, but the jury ultimately ruling in favor of Depp. They found Depp should receive $10 million in compensatory damages and $5 million in punitive damages, but the judge said Virginia state law caps punitive damages at $350,000, meaning Depp will be awarded $10.35 million. It's according to the Associated Press. We want to show you what happened in court today as the verdict was read. Amber Heard was there, Johnny Depp was not. And then we'll be bringing in legal experts to talk about how this all went down. But out to the courtroom in Fairfax from earlier.
In civil case number CL 2019-2911, Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. 1. As to the statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. In the Washington Post online edition, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that, question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. 2, as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, in the Washington Post online edition. Quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that, question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. 3, as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, in the Washington Post online edition. Quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that, question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $10 million. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $5 million. In civil case number CL 2019-2911, Ms. Heard's claim against Mr. Depp. 1. As to this statement appearing in the April 8, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no. 2. As to this statement appearing in the April 27, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt did not do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Ms. Heard proven by a greater weight of the evidence that, question, Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the statement? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven, by clear and convincing evidence, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice? Answer, yes. 3. As to this statement appearing in the April 27, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $2 million. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $0.
All right. Does either side wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Jamie?
Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Juror number 6. Yes. Juror number 10.
Yes.
Juror number 15.
Yes.
Juror number 16.
Yes.
Juror number 22. Yes. Juror number 27.
Yes.
Juror number 29.
Yes.
All right. I do find that the jury's verdict is unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes your service in this case. I want to thank you again for your dedication and your hard work during this trial, and I know I speak for everybody here when I tell you that we appreciate your sacrifices and your time and your public service in this matter, okay? So I'm going to have you go back to the jury deliberation room for one more time, and then we'll release you from there, okay? All right, thank you. All right. Okay. In accordance with law, I will amend the punitive damages award to the statutory cap of $350,000 on Mr. Depp's award, okay? I will set this down for entry of an order, and can we do it on June 24th at 10 a.m. if that's available? All right,
Yes,
Mr. Chu, if you could prepare that order and then circulate it to Ms. Bretterhoff, and we can have all the objections noted on it. All right?
We'll do that, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, and if I get it before that date, I'll take it off the docket, okay? All right, again, thank you to all the attorneys for your professionalism, and you're welcome to come to my courtroom anytime. Well, give me a few weeks, but then you can come anytime, okay? All right, court is adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you can see there Johnny Depp's legal team congratulating themselves. You also saw a very stoic Amber Heard there listening to both the judge and the jury. Right now, though, we want to hear just briefly as well from Johnny Depp's legal team. They issued brief comments outside of the courthouse. They're about 1:30 long with their reaction to the news today.
Claims against Johnny Depp are defamatory and unsupported by any evidence. We are grateful, so grateful to the jury for their careful deliberation, to the judge and the court staff who have devoted an enormous amount of time and resources towards this case.
Our judicial system is predicated on each person's right to have his or her case heard, and we were honored, truly honored, to assist Mr. Depp in ensuring that his case was fairly considered throughout the trial. We are also most pleased that the trial has resonated for so many people in the public who value truth and justice. Now that the jury has reached its conclusive verdict, it's time to turn the page and look to the future. Thank you all so much, and thanks to the jury.
Thank you so much.
Have you spoken to Johnny? How is he feeling? How's Johnny feeling? Will Johnny and Amber ever speak?
Okay, so remember, Johnny Depp was not there in court to hear the verdict. We do want to read in part a statement that he put out via his spokesperson. He says, 6 years ago, my life, the life of my children, the lives of those closest to me, and also the lives of the people who for many, many years have supported and believed in me were forever changed, all in the blink of an eye. False, very serious, and criminal allegations were levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content, although no charges were ever brought against me. It had already traveled around the world twice within a nanosecond, and it had a seismic impact on my life and career. He goes on in part to say, and 6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I am truly humbled. In the meantime, we also got a statement in from Amber Heard. She said, quote, the disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence still was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband. I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women. It's a setback. Heard goes on to say, I'm sad I lost this case, but I am sadder still that I seem to have lost a right I thought I had as an American to speak freely and openly. Joining me now here on Live Now from Fox is trial attorney Mark Tate. Mark, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Wanted to get your thoughts on this today. This was quite interesting in your career, and you've covered a lot of defamation cases. Have you ever known a jury to find both plaintiff and defendant somewhat at fault?
Well, you know, not necessarily in a defamation case, but frequently when parties are disputing. And really, while this appeared to be a personal case for Johnny and for Amber, the fact of the matter is those essentially are two very large businesses. And so you have essentially one business claiming that another business harmed it, and the other business is saying, hey, we were hurt too by some of the things you did. And so if you think about it that way, if you think about that they are each their own little industry, it's not unusual for a jury to in fact find that in the primary claim, you know, in this case, Depp v. Heard, that in fact he wins on every allegation that he made. But they can also take a look at the counterclaim, which is a very difficult claim for Amber and her counsel to bring. They can say, well, yeah, you know, we find that he injured her as well. I think that Amber's claim in that regard is going to be subject to clearly appellate review. Johnny's team, you know, Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez are quite capable, and I think you can see that going to the Virginia Court of Appeals. And, you know, there they have to prove that Waldman not only was acting as Johnny's agent generally, but they have to find that Johnny actually directed and controlled that content. Otherwise, it's what they call an ultra-virus act, and something not within his control.
Yeah, of course, Mark, that's what was so interesting about this. It's not necessarily something Johnny Depp said, but his lawyer, who essentially called Amber Heard's claims a hoax, that included roughing up their apartment to look worse for police, and a number of other statements that the jury find were false and were not credible, and so taking it out in the form of damages on Johnny Depp having to pay for something his lawyer said.
Yeah. You know, does that give a claim on Johnny's behalf against Mr. Waldman for, you know, malfeasance or malpractice, legal malpractice? I don't know. But I think that the statement that Waldman made was so specific and overwrought with details that could not have come from anyone except his own personal thoughts and maybe what he shared with his client. I think a jury was hard pressed to come up with that just being, agreeing with that just being a statement that was of opinion. And clearly it was something that was very important to Depp's career. And so I think that's maybe where they got hung up. It was a complex statement he made. And I just wonder whether holding Depp accountable for Waldman's statements in that regard is going to pass muster on appeal.
Mark, let's talk about the damages themselves. Virginia has this law in their code. It's a statutory cap on punitive damages, which caps those damages to all defendants in a case at $350,000. And so the jury had awarded for punitive damages $5 million. Depp's not going to see all of that, of course, because of this statute. Do a lot of states have those laws on the books?
Yeah, a number of states enacted caps on punitive damages. And that goes back to, and it's a silly history lesson to bring up here, but that brings up an old fundraising effort that was undertaken by a group of politicians. And it goes back 40 years now, where they said that the tort system is exacting a tax on corporate America and therefore exacting a tax on citizens. And it's just a piece of propaganda to raise money for a political party. And so many states caved to insurance company and corporate pressures and said, we have to cap punitives. And so that happened. In some states, those caps have been set aside as unconstitutional. In some states, they've not been challenged. In Virginia, the statute has passed muster. The jury doesn't know that your punitives are capped, but punitives at some point were seen as a windfall to injured plaintiffs and as unfairly hurting a defendant. But you have to remember that punitive damages are only awarded if the evidence is clear and convincing and the jury is convinced. The absolute majority, the absolute 100% agreement on this, that the punishment needs to be clear to the person committing the wrongdoing to deter them from future wrongdoing. Here, not even this jury's verdict was enough to convince Amber Heard to examine her language and be somewhat more circumspect before she puts her mouth in gear. She went right back at it with her statement, where essentially she said again after this verdict that Johnny did this and that she came forward and that he continued to abuse her. Right there, right here today, what she said in writing after that verdict, after the jury punished her. And my notion, I would be, if I was Amber and Mr. Chu, I'd be Amber, I'd be worried I'm about to get sued. And if I was Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez, I'd say, hey, Johnny, we're sending a retainer agreement over. Let's go after her again, because she did it again right after the verdict. That punitive damages verdict did not sink in to Amber Heard. Furthermore, claiming that this verdict was a setback to her, I think should be offensive to anybody who is truly a victim. And anybody who has had to stand up in the face of unbelievable odds against you and all of the shame and embarrassment that standing up may bring, because the Me Too movement should not in any way be based upon countenancing false claims. And these were demonstrated to be false claims, and a jury unanimously found them to be false. So she's dealt herself a setback, and she demonstrated for the world to see that what this jury said does not matter to her. She still hasn't learned her lesson.
Yeah, Mark, that was my next question, because this was a strict defamation case, but in it so often was whether or not physical or sexual abuse occurred, and so you kind of had these two strains throughout the duration of the trial. Jurors were trying to see whether defamation occurred, but it seemed like Amber Heard's attorneys wanted to prove that physical and or sexual abuse occurred to further along the defamation case. And to your point, Amber Heard's statement in part also said, I believe Johnny's attorneys succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of freedom of speech and to ignore evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. She did win in the UK on similar claims, but in your view, did they try to make this more into proving the claims of abuse or proving the claims of defamation?
Well, let me comment on the UK case first.
Sure.
First of all, the United Kingdom's laws are completely different from those of the United States. And I think that the United States fought a war 200 years or more to get out from under their very strange judicial system in part. There is no freedom of speech. There is no First Amendment in the UK. There just isn't. They didn't have a jury trial in the UK. It was a bench trial. And they did not have they didn't have a jury trial. They had a bench trial. And remember, Amber wasn't sued in that case. That was a newspaper. That was, I believe,
that's right.
The Guardian or the Sun. Someone I can't remember. But it's irrelevant to this case. And no, the jury clearly took up every piece of evidence. You can't impeach the jury's verdict like that. The jury took up the evidence. They applied the charge to the evidence that they were given, and they are the judge and they are the determiners of the facts, and they determine the facts. And so again, we have a situation where, Amber will not back down from the statements she's made that have now been found by a jury to be false. All of the other claims that were made, in all honesty, go to helping a jury determine credibility. Because the case that Depp brought came down to those three quotes that were in the Washington Post that Mrs. Heard edited or probably retweeted and made some comments about. That's what the case is about. All of these other salacious details that we got to sit through, all of these other horrible allegations, from the bottle situation to the bed defouling by Ms. Heard, all of those things really have nothing to do with those three defamatory statements. All of that goes to credibility. And it clearly was determined that, Mr. Depp put on all of his folks, whether it be employees or not, and everybody was able to show that, listen, this just doesn't fit. Her statements don't make sense. It doesn't work. And so the jury made its determination. And juries generally get it right. And I think, unless they come forward and say we don't like our verdict, then impeaching their verdict by saying that the other side manipulated them. I mean, I'm just telling you, somebody needs to get a hold of Amber Heard and explain to her that the stuff that comes out of her mouth she can be held accountable for it.
Right.
With regard to free speech, her speech is free. You can say whatever you want to. However, there are consequences for what you say. You can do it, but you may have to answer for it. And by the way, freedom of speech is in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which only says that Congress shall make no law infringing your right to free speech, the freedom of the press, the right to peacefully assemble, the right to petition the government for redress of your grievances. Johnny Depp ain't the government. He's Johnny Depp. And the government didn't issue this punitive damages verdict, and the government didn't set up the system by which she was held accountable in compensatory damages. That's the civil justice system.
Very good point. Mark, last point I want you get to comment on, though. And, here at Live Now from Fox, we've been covering this from start to finish. Who are the winners here? Are there winners here in your view, or do you think, both parties, plaintiff and defendant, Heard and Depp, are worse for the wear after this?
When that verdict, when the jury knocks on the door and they tell you they've got a verdict, and your heart starts to race as a lawyer, and I'm sure as a litigant as well, it's very stressful. And so really, in my experience, one side will be the victor in terms of who got the verdict, but both sides have really, really gone through it. And so from that standpoint, neither's really a winner, but I'm going to tell you, Johnny Depp's conduct during the trial, Johnny Depp's very classy, very articulate, wonderful statement that he put together that attacks nobody, simply says he wants to close this chapter and move on. Johnny Depp is the winner in this case. His career, I believe, it will be back on track. I believe that Amber's not going to be very well received after this. I could be wrong. I'm just telling you, being alive for the last 6-8 weeks that this has been going on, and all of the coverage that you guys have put out there and all the commentary on it, I don't think she fared very well on this. And I think she's going to have a difficult time. I think Johnny fared very well.
All right. Well, we shall see, of course. Mark Tate, as always, we appreciate your time and your insight into this, and we'll talk to you again. Have a good night.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, we want to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll still be getting all the latest updates out of Fairfax, Virginia as well. We were speaking to reporters right as the verdict came down, but we want to get the celebrity angle to this all as well. There was so much fanfare, so much attention that went into this. No doubt that so many of you probably were talking to your friends, your family, your coworkers about this through the duration of the trial. We're going to explore that aspect after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're just a little bit after the top of the 6 o'clock hour here. We do have live pictures still out of Uvalde, Texas, as we continue to cover the investigation into the shooting at Robb Elementary School that killed 21 people just a week ago. Unfortunately, we had to cover yet another mass shooting there at a hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We heard from police. We'll be showing you that press conference a little bit later. 4 people dead at that hospital and 1 suspect dead as well from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So a very violent day, a very sad day in Tulsa, Oklahoma. More, though, on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, the verdict in, the jury making its decision. Let's hear from Fox News correspondent Ashley Dvorkin with the latest.
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes.
The jury has ruled in favor of Johnny Depp in his $50 million libel lawsuit against Amber Heard, awarding Depp a total of $15 million in damages. The judge later reduced $5 million of that to $350,000.
Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven, by clear and convincing evidence, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice? Answer, yes.
The 7-person civil jury found in favor of Amber Heard on 1 count of her $100 million counterclaim, awarding her $2 million. Unanimous decisions on the 3rd day of deliberations. Heard was in court for the verdict. A source close to Depp says due to previously scheduled work commitments, Depp was not present and in the UK.
We ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back.
This concludes over 6 weeks of closely watched high-profile courtroom drama, with a court of public opinion simultaneously alongside it. During the trial, both sides presented accusations of assault. Heard testified Depp physically and sexually assaulted her on multiple occasions. Depp denied the claims and said Heard was the abuser in the relationship.
She wrote in this article.
At the center of this trial was a 2018 Washington Post op-ed in which Heard described herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. While Depp's name isn't mentioned, his attorneys claimed it was a clear reference to him. Attorneys made statements directly following the outcome of the case.
Now that the jury has reached its conclusive verdict, it's time to turn the page and look to the future.
The actors have accused each other of destroying their careers. Both sides have said they want their lives back. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
That was Ashley's report from earlier today when the verdict came down. We have the privilege of speaking with Ashley Dvorkin live here, and she is in Los Angeles. And Ashley, thanks so much for being with us. You know, you and I were speaking over the weekend about how this is all going to come down. We finally know what the result was. I'm just kind of curious, and looking at the 30,000-foot big picture, when in recent memory can you remember such a high-profile celebrity trial that garnered this much attention, that went on for this long, that really had the nation captivated?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me on, Andrew. And I think that what makes this so different from other court proceedings was also the way that it was live streamed and the way that those on social media were commenting throughout. And they were watching every single part of this. And as I said, the court of public opinion was going on simultaneously. And you saw that. You saw that outside of the courtroom. You saw that with 200 people cheering for Johnny Depp when the verdict was announced today. So and then I just think that that's what put this in such a different category, was especially that live streamed part of it and how people were watching this day in, day out. They were talking to their friends about it. And just every single part of this trial was analyzed, but not just by the experts, not just by legal experts, but by fans who just had an opinion.
You know, and Ashley, also by fellow celebrities, some of whom were testifying there, either video deposition or in person. We saw Ellen Barkin, we saw Kate Moss, you know, fellow girlfriends, fellow paramours of Johnny Depp. So this brought a lot of Hollywood into this as well, not just, you know, everyday people like you and me weighing in on this throughout. Have you seen, you know, any reactions from people that, you know, struck out to you today?
I think that we're still going to see some now that the verdict has just been announced just a few hours ago. And I think that for those who have shown their support throughout the trial, especially for either party, that's who's going to be vocal. But I also think that now we're kind of at a time where we've heard the verdict. We've heard both of them say that they want their lives back and want to move forward from this. So I think we're only going to hear from those who have really been weighing in this entire time.
Yeah, of course, Ashley, this really blew up on TikTok. This blew up on Instagram. You know, like you had mentioned, fans camping out outside to get a seat inside the courthouse to just catch a glimpse of Johnny Depp. For those who don't know by now, Johnny Depp was not there in person today. He was kind of, I think, in the UK playing with his band. I think we have some video of that. Take a listen to this. There is some cell phone video. Looks like we don't have sound, but there is Johnny Depp on stage in the UK. So he did not come back to Fairfax, Virginia for this, but you also had so many other elements to this. You know, the New York Times did a whole look at the fashion that was being portrayed by Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, nonetheless, in trial each and every day when they were called to testify. You know, but a lot of people are talking about what do their careers look like going forward. The legal expert I just spoke with, he doesn't think Amber Heard will have much of a career after this. Johnny Depp fans think his career will come back from this. What projects are they working on, if any at all?
So yes, as you saw, so Johnny Depp's in the UK and he wasn't there today because prior to the court proceedings this afternoon, he said, a source close to Depp said that it was due to prior commitments. He was performing on Tuesday with Jeff Beck, and he received a standing ovation. So clearly he's going to be getting back to his music. There were some rumors circulating that he was going to be in Beetlejuice 2. So some casting rumors there. And obviously, as we saw, there was a lot of support for him with fans at the courtroom. So he might get some more offers at this point. We know that Aquaman 2 is due out in 2023. That's with Amber Heard, and she also has two other films that are listed, Runaway with Me and In the Fire. Those are listed on her IMDb page. So she has some projects coming up, but it is unclear after everything that surfaced this entire time how this is going to affect each of them.
Ashley, last point, I just want to ask you, you know, we got a culmination of this, but do you still have questions? Do you still want to know parts to this, or has there been a final resolution here?
I think that there's been enough resolution. I think that we heard so much throughout the course of this case. It was a defamation trial. We were talking about that. This was about that Washington Post op-ed. We heard so many details from both sides, allegations from both sides. And I think that that's all that you would continue to hear is both parties, accusations, denials. I think we heard enough, and the jury, the verdict was in today. And I think that after this, we move forward. They move forward, and those who've been watching the trial move forward from this.
All right, Ashley Dvorkin joining us here to recap a wild 6 to 7 weeks that so many of us have been following. There's been so much interest. Ashley, we thank you for your time. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we want to provide more updates on Russia's war into Ukraine as we approach day 100 since the conflict began. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft, and thanks for being with us. We want to show you the latest Pentagon press briefing as we got more and more updates about the U.S.'s role and support for the war effort there. We also are going to be talking for our national security experts, Hal Kempfer, at the bottom of the hour about this op-ed President Joe Biden wrote and ran in the New York Times titled President Biden, What America Will and Will Not Do in Ukraine. As the news came today, President Biden has authorized more long-range weapon systems to the battlefield. But first, out to the Pentagon.
The Undersecretary of Defense for Policy of the Department of Defense. He's going to walk us through today's presidential drawdown authority.
Great. Good afternoon. It's great to join you all today to announce the latest military assistance authorization to support Ukraine in the face of Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, and unjustified invasion. First, however, I'd like to share with you that Secretary Austin spoke with Ukrainian Minister of Defense Reznikov yesterday to discuss Ukraine's military requirements as fighting continues in eastern Ukraine. Secretary Austin highlighted the success of the Ukraine Contact Group held on May 23rd and noted the unity of the international community in supporting Ukraine as it repels the Russian invasion. Minister Reznikov expressed his gratitude for U.S. leadership on this effort, and the two leaders outlined priorities for the next in-person contact group planned for June in Brussels. And now for today's announcement. Today, President Biden directed the drawdown of an additional $700 million in weapons and equipment from the Department of Defense inventories. The capabilities in this package are tailored to meet critical Ukrainian needs for today's fight, including requirements for rocket artillery. This authorization is the 11th drawdown of equipment from DoD inventories for Ukraine since August of 2021. The capabilities in this package include high mobility artillery rocket systems, or HIMARS, and guided munitions with a range of up to 70 kilometers, 5 counter-artillery radars, 2 air surveillance radars, 1,000 additional javelins and 50 command launch units, 6,000 anti-armor weapons, 15,000 155 millimeter artillery rounds, 4 Mi-17 helicopters, 15 tactical vehicles, and spare parts and equipment. These are critical capabilities to help the Ukrainians repel the Russian offensive in the east. One such need is the high-mobility artillery rocket system I just mentioned, which responds to Ukraine's top priority ask. This system will provide Ukraine with additional precision in targeting at range. The Ukrainians have given us assurances that they will use this system for defensive purposes only. In anticipation of this potential decision by President Biden, the Department of Defense pre-positioned the HIMARS systems in Europe to ensure that they could be rapidly delivered to the Ukrainians, and put in place a plan so that we could start training Ukrainian forces immediately while ensuring they learn how to operate the system safely and effectively, as well as to maintain the system. We will continue to closely consult with Ukraine and surge additional available systems and capabilities in support of its defense. I would also like to acknowledge and express our appreciation for the strong bipartisan approval in Congress of $40 billion to support the U.S. response in Ukraine. This additional support included $8 billion in additional presidential drawdown authority for security assistance, $6 billion under DoD's Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, and $4 billion in State Department foreign military financing for Ukraine and countries impacted by the situation in Ukraine. This is the first security assistance package announced since the additional supplemental was signed by President Biden. The United States has now committed approximately $5.3 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration, including approximately $4.6 billion since the beginning of Russia's unprovoked invasion on February 24th. Even as we continue to provide vital assistance, I would be remiss if I failed to recognize and commend our allies and partners from more than 40 countries who have joined us to continue supporting Ukraine with heavy weapons, munitions, and other vital security assistance. Our support for Ukraine and that of the international community remains unwavering. And finally, I want to thank our dedicated men and women, our service members, civilians, and contractors supporting the department's efforts. From the individual bases sourcing U.S. equipment, to Transportation Command providing movement support, to our service members on rotation in support of our enhanced presence across U.S. European Command, to our own policy professionals here at the Pentagon, the department has come together in extraordinary ways to support this historic effort. Without our most valuable resource, the never-ending dedication and support of our employees and contractors, this response would not have been possible. And with all that, I'm happy to take your questions, and I think we're slated to start with Ben Fox from AP.
Hi.
Hey, Ben.
Can you talk about how many and how quickly you can get these HIMARS into the hands of Ukrainian forces? Obviously, time is of a critical essence right now.
Right, so the initial tranche of HIMARS systems will be 4. As I said, we've already pre-positioned the systems in theater so that we can deliver them expeditiously. I think it's important to keep in mind, though, these aren't turnkey. These, of course, are systems that the Ukrainians need to be trained on. We think that'll take around 3 weeks. And they need to know not just how to use the systems, but, of course, how to maintain the system. So think of logistics, maintenance, things like that. So it'll be a number of weeks until that training is complete.
Barb. Can I follow up on a couple of things? You mentioned that the Ukrainians had committed that these weapons would be defensive only, but you didn't say that they had promised not to strike targets inside Russia, which they may believe is in the defense of their nation. So my first question is, do you have a specific commitment that they won't strike inside Russia?
Yes.
And can I follow up then on, you said that it's going to be 3 weeks at least of training. Do you feel at this point, given the Russian gains in the Donbass, that the Ukrainians can afford those 3 weeks? How do you push back against the gains the Russians may make in that time? And the administration's talking about this package in terms of putting the Ukrainians in the best possible position at the negotiating table. No longer hearing talk about they may succeed in booting the Russians out of Ukraine. Is this 3 weeks going to be delaying that prospect, and is that even a reasonable prospect?
Sure. Well, Barbara, as you know, the battlefield has changed a lot in the last 3 months. So obviously, in the first instance, the Russians tried to take over the entire country. They were defeated in the battle for Kyiv. They've made some progress in the south, and now they're trying to encircle Ukrainian forces in the Donbass. You're right. In the last several days, the Russians have made some incremental progress in and around the Donbass. They have not had a decisive breakthrough, and the Ukrainians are putting up a heck of a fight. And right now, it's a concentrated artillery duel in the east. It's why we put so much emphasis on providing 108 M777 howitzers and a couple 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Most of those howitzers are currently in the fight, and they're helping the Ukrainians a great deal. So I think we're not seeing the Ukrainian defenses buckle. They're hanging on. But it is a grinding fight, and we believe that these additional capabilities will arrive in a time frame that's relevant and allow the Ukrainians to very precisely target the types of things they need for the current fight.
Is 3 weeks too late?
I don't think so.
David Martin. Defensive purposes only. Does that mean they cannot use the HIMARS to go on the offense and expel the Russians from territory they hold? And you said 4 systems. How many rockets for those systems?
So Ukraine is defending their territory. Anything they're doing on the territory of Ukraine is defensive in this context. The formal assurance is that they will not use these systems to target Russian territory. So just to clarify on that. Go ahead.
Say that again. Anything they do with these weapons on their territory?
They are defending, they have the right as a sovereign nation to defend their territory. They didn't start this war, the Russians did. And the Russians are on the offensive. If the Ukrainians are pushing them back from Ukrainian territory, so for example, the Ukrainians made a recent push into Kherson. If they push back along the line of contact in the Donbass, we would consider that defensive.
Just go over to the
on the number of systems. I'm not going to go into the total number of munitions. I would emphasize, however, so there are 4 systems, but we are providing them an initial tranche of munitions. It's important for them to get trained on the systems, to get familiar with the systems. We will be in a position to rapidly surge additional munitions as appropriate and the battlefield evolves.
Just go over the phones real quickly. Jack Dutch from Foreign Policy. Jack, are you there?
Now, can you hear me?
Yep, there you go.
Hello?
We've got you.
Ukrainians have been asking for the system for about 2 months now. I'm just curious why the decision took so long on the U.S. side.
Yeah, well, so the conflict or the current stage of the conflict is about 3 months old, and the nature of that conflict has shifted, and the priorities the Ukrainians have had and what we've thought have been most relevant to enable the Ukrainians to push back has changed over time. So in the initial phase of the conflict, especially as the Ukrainians were trying to repel the invasion in and around Kyiv, the capital city, which was an existential fight for the heart of the country, we were really emphasizing anti-armor systems like the Javelin systems, anti-air systems like Stingers, but also other medium and longer range air defense systems alongside our allies and partners. And that assistance proved decisive in stymieing the Russian attempt to take Kyiv. The Russians were defeated in Kyiv. As the conflict shifted to the east, as I said, it's become an artillery duel. The challenge the Ukrainians had is that they relied on Soviet legacy systems, and there was a certain point in which it became impossible for the United States, even working with our allies and partners who also had Soviet legacy equipment, to resupply the Ukrainians with the artillery systems and ammunition they were accustomed to using, which meant that the priority was to shift them towards, in this case, 155 millimeter artillery systems. We've been providing them the M777 howitzers. So that was, as the fight shifted to an artillery duel, the first thing was to get these howitzers into the fight, and now we're shifting to HIMARS.
Courtney.
One quick thing on the training. You said it was about 3 weeks to train. Does that include the full training for maintaining the systems, or is that just for operating them?
The training, it's not always the same Ukrainians who are being trained to operate and maintain, so you can do them both at the same time. So it's roughly 3 weeks to train them how to use the system, and maybe a couple of additional weeks for the maintainers, but that's what we're talking about here.
And then one more on the use of it. So is it that the U.S. sees that if Russia is striking at Ukraine from inside Russian territory, that the Ukrainians cannot strike back inside Russia, how is that not considered defensive? And if Ukraine does use these weapons in what they see as a defensive way by striking inside Russia, are there any repercussions for them violating this agreement that they've made?
It is true that the Russians are engaged in a number of standoff attacks from Russian territory. So think long-range missile systems or air-launched cruise missiles, those types of things. The core of the battle, though, right now is on Ukrainian territory in the east. The systems that we're providing, the HIMARS and the guided munitions that go along with them, will allow Ukraine to range any target they need for that fight inside Ukrainian territory. These systems would not be particularly useful to hit a Russian bomber launching an air-launched cruise missile, hundreds and hundreds of kilometers away anyway. So we think we're giving them the capability they need for this stage of the fight.
And any repercussions if they do violate that?
They've given us their assurances that they're not going to use these systems for striking Russian territory, and we trust the Ukrainians will live up to those assurances.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you for doing this. So we heard before the U.S. delivered the howitzer.
Okay, so we've been listening in to the Pentagon press briefing, and of course, we did learn today, and they confirmed rather, what President Biden will be authorizing now, that the U.S. will be sending HIMARS with munitions that have a range of about 50 miles. This is shorter range than what the systems are capable of at their max, but still far greater than anything Ukraine currently has. And we heard from some of these reporter questions in the room that Ukraine has been asking for these longer range weapon systems for some time. They're finally getting them. We don't know when they're going to arrive, and they were asking if this is going to make a dramatic difference on the battlefield in Ukraine's favor. Joining me now to discuss all of this is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Thanks for being with us here. That is what the commitment Ukrainians gave to the Americans, that they would not strike Russian targets Russian targets inside Russia, rather, with these long-range weapons systems. What does it take to get them to commit to that if their existential threats are on the line? They're facing, extinction. This is a fight to the death, and so the U.S. got them to commit not to strike inside Russia. How'd they do that?
Well, Andrew, basically what they did was they just had a dialogue. And let me just put it this way. There's lots of things to do. All right, there's no shortage of targets for them to employ. That 70-kilometer range with the missiles that they're giving, that's kind of a standard missile package that we use when we've used HIMARS in various places in the Middle East and elsewhere. So that's not an exceptional thing that would be the standard package that we give them. We did not give them these extremely long-range missiles that you can launch from those systems, the HIMARS and the M270. Those things can go out 300 kilometers. I think there's one missile system that can actually range out to 500 kilometers. Theoretically, from Ukraine, you could actually hit Red Square with one of the longer range missiles. So that gives you an idea of just how long that is. However, I will tell you, if Ukrainian missiles start falling on Red Square, this entire war could change. and not in a good way. The 70-click range, or the 70-kilometer range, what that does, and I thought that was kind of explained pretty well, is if you look at where the Russians are in the Donbass, in southern Ukraine, 70 kilometers within the Russian lines covers a lot of stuff. There's command and control nodes, unit headquarters, higher unit headquarters, artillery batteries, rocket batteries, air defense batteries. There are all sorts of targets that are ideal for employment of this weapon system to destroy. And with this weapon system, in addition to the M77 155 howitzers, which are also extremely accurate, but don't have the range to target some of those deep targets. For example, a division headquarters or maybe a combined arms army headquarters might be further back, but it will be in range of the HIMARS. These HIMARS complement it. Now with 4, you're talking about really a kind of a small battery of HIMARS. So it's not a large force, certainly in terms of systems, not comparable to the 108 M77 howitzers that we have provided them. But they have a lot of capability, they have a lot of range, they have a lot of unique munitions, which are exceptional. And I think the thing that we're probably going to see is, number one, we're going to see them very, very well defended by the Ukrainians. I would imagine that they would be surrounded by a lot of air defense capabilities, a lot of ground defense capabilities as well, to make sure that those HIMARS systems are being preserved and kept safe, or safe as possible. But I think what you're going to see them doing is going after what we call high value targets and high payoff targets as well. So with those missiles, they're going to go after things like command and control, but they're also going to go out, basically start causing heavy attrition on their artillery. If they can start causing high attrition on their artillery and on their multiple launch rocket systems, without that heavy fires, bombardment, if you will, their ground maneuver will kind of ground to a halt. They just simply don't move forward unless they have these overwhelming fires. And if they can't get those overwhelming fires, it will stop their offensive movement. And then you go after the command and control mode, another Achilles heel of the Russians. They don't have a lot of initiative and self-starters at the lower ranks. It's just not the way they're structured. They're extremely hierarchical. They wait for higher headquarters to tell them what to do. You take out that command and control node, like a brigade headquarters or a division headquarters, literally battalions and companies stop moving in the field because they're just not sure what to do. So there's a lot of value this brings to the battlefield.
Hal, but we've heard reports that the Ukrainians are taking a beating. They need these weapons. They're not necessarily losing territory or ground, but Russians are making incremental advances. And so do you worry that this is not going to get there in time? Do you worry that the tide could shift?
I think, obviously we'd all love to see them there now. I mean, if I had our brothers, they would be in there, they'd be employed. I think what they did was they, based on the way he explained it, they've been training them up. They've been getting ready for this. So they're going to move them in as fast as possible. They're doing overlapping concurrent training, in that they're training the folks who are going to do the maintenance of, basically maintaining and taking care of the systems themselves. At the same time, they're training the folks who are going to be employing the weaponeering part of it. So you have the folks who are going to be actually firing the missiles. At the same time, you have the people who are going to be doing regular maintenance stuff, making sure the tires are filled. It's not quite that simple, but I'm just talking about all the maintainers. And by doing that, they're able to compress that total time frame. By the way, this is a lot faster than we train our forces in these systems. So my hat's off to them on whatever training program they put together. I imagine it's very intense, and those are very, very full days of whatever they're doing in terms of that training program. On the other side, though, is the Ukrainians, when they say incremental gains, a lot of times there's a sense that, we often think, it's just human nature, we think in sports analogies, like, oh, they're winning, they're losing. What the Ukrainians are doing is, under overwhelming Russian force presence, overwhelming firepower, what they're doing in certain key sectors, villages and stuff, is they're trading terrain in exchange for causing attrition of the Russian forces. What they're trying to do is not to get decisively engaged and, as we used to call it, die in place, all right? They're not trying to do Alamos. What they're doing is They're trying to hold, and then pull back at just the right time. And then, of course, when they move forward, try to do everything you can to make that as painful an offensive movement for the Russians as possible. That's what the Ukrainians are doing. And with that said, the thing they have is they have a lot of terrain, and the Russians have a lot of forces because they've concentrated on two major sectors, whereas before they were all over the place. Now they're down to these two. So they have done one thing is they've achieved mass in critical locations. However, the Ukrainians are smart. They know how to employ their forces. And by the way, we've been training them for 8 years.
Right.
And there's in fact today there was a headline talking about a program where they're actually in Europe right now with special forces, and they're doing something to help the Ukrainians in terms of planning, preparation, things like that. As a training thing, it's a distance learning or distance of application of it. They're not actually in the field with them, but this is the sort of stuff we're doing, and they're doing smart tactics. Smart tactics doesn't mean you have to hold them in place and get bowled over. I mean, it looks great in the movies, but in reality, getting wiped out is not cool. All right, to use a military expression there. So they pull back, let them expose themselves, let them put themselves in danger, and trade a little terrain. And at the end of the day, and it's something that was out today, they were talking about this. At the end of the day, okay, the Russians move forward a little bit. Their supply lines are a mess. Their command and control is still a mess. Everything. They're waiting, biding their time, and then they'll do a counteroffensive.
Hal, I am always cognizant of this. We know the fog of war is real, and we know that we have desired outcomes, and I don't want to kind of cloud our views of those of what we perceive to be happening because we want it to happen rather than what's happening on the ground. And you and I have made sure to the viewer that we are straightforward with them, but I want to just kind of offer this counterpoint because you and I talk about Russian casualties so often. We got some insight into Ukrainian losses. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, he did an interview with Newsmax in Kyiv. He said Ukraine is losing 60 to 100 soldiers every day. According to Newsmax, Zelensky said the situation in the east is very difficult. He said we are losing 60 to 100 soldiers every day and something like 500 wounded in combat. Those numbers are staggering.
They are big. And they're the biggest they've seen so far. Now, put it in context.
Okay.
Losing 60 to 100, and I've heard they may be losing 100 to 150, sometimes maybe 200. That's still pretty darn high. But then you compare it to the Russians, which are 2 to 3 times more. The other thing is, this is the crucible, if you will. The Russians have thrown all in. They've gone on narrow sectors. You would expect that they would be causing a lot of casualties on the Ukrainian side. What the Ukrainians have, though, is they do have a fairly large force. They got a lot of troops. And so when they lose troops, they tend to lose troops. Whereas when the Russians take losses in troops, it's usually involving taking out tanks and armored personnel carriers and other associated weapon systems with them. Whereas a lot of times the Ukrainians are fighting as light infantry. So there is a little bit of difference in terms of the composition of the total damage, battle damage, if you will, that's incurred on either side. Certainly the Ukrainians are giving a lot better than they're getting. All right, that's for sure. But I don't want to take away from this. This is a pitched fight. They are in some high intensity combat. They are fighting for every foot of that terrain. The Russians have thrown all in. They're basically, when they take a village, there's not really a village to take. It's because they've leveled everything around it. The same thing with towns. They level the town, and that's the only way that they're able to move forward. But the reports are still coming out consistently with command and control problems, leadership problems, tremendous morale problems, but also the logistics side of this. And they can do this now, but at some point they have to feed and they have to arm and they have to resupply their forces. And if they can't get that forward, that front, that offensive combat is going to start to diminish due to lack that they can't feed their troops and they can't arm them. And that's the problem they had in Kyiv. And I think at some point here, I don't know when, that'll happen in the Eastern Front.
Okay, well, Hal, the Kremlin is responding to the U.S.'s announcement today about these longer-range weapons systems, saying, quote, "We believe that the United States is purposefully and diligently adding fuel to the fire." And before this authorization was made, remember, you and I had discussed why there was confusion in the White House about the particular range of the weapons themselves and whether they could hit targets inside Russia, to the point where President Biden penned an op-ed in the New York Times titled "What America Will and Will Not Do in Ukraine." And I want to get your thoughts on if you think finally President Biden took the time to explain what we are going to do going forward when it comes to Ukraine. He said, quote, "We will continue cooperating with our allies and partners on Russian sanctions. We will continue providing Ukraine with advanced weaponry, including javelins, stingers, powerful artillery, and precision rocket systems, radars, UAVs, M-17 helicopters, and ammunition." He said, "We will also continue reinforcing NATO's eastern flank." He went on to say, "We do not seek a war between NATO and Russia." He says, "As much as I disagree with Putin and find his actions an outrage, the United States will not try to bring about his ouster in Moscow." He said, "As the war goes on, I want to be clear about the aims of the United States in these efforts." Is this too little, too late? Should the president have said, what is our desired outcome when it comes to our Ukrainian posture?
Well, you know, what the problem the White House has been having is that he will say something and then the White House staff backs it off. And they've done that in a number of different situations. And so it's caused a little bit of confusion about when he does say things. I think clarifying this is important. When you look at the substance of what he's saying, I don't see a big shift from what's been said all along. I will tell you, though, there are times when I hear some of the rhetoric that I get confused and have to go back and read very closely to make sure I'm interpreting what they're saying, simply because some of the language, from my opinion, could have been more precise. All right. I think this thing about defensive weapons, I have to tell you, it's not the first time I've heard this type of hyperbole involved with what weapons we send. Oh, they're strictly defensive weapons. Weapons are weapons. There's not an offensive rifle and a defensive rifle. There's not a defensive missile system and an offensive missile system. It's how you employ it. And frankly, right now, because in the Eastern Donbass, they're on the defense, it's defensive. And then when they go on the offense, I'm sure they're going to use it in offensive warfare. I think it's good that he's clarifying what we are and what we are not doing. Some of the things is coming out. I have to tell you, there's a few of us out there, you know, some of these things that they talk about, like the Special Forces Cell and the fact that 4 nations joined it and they put out a press release on it. Some of us are kind of scratching our chins a little bit and go, that's not something I would normally advertise, that we're doing that. I mean, that the Russians may know we're doing that, but it's not something that I would normally advertise. This is a different war. The way they're putting out information now, on both sides, is a little bit different than what we've seen before. And there's been a lot of discussion of whether some of these things that we're saying, you know, when we're quoting, well, this is what our intelligence is saying, or Britain is saying, we're quoting, this is what our intelligence is saying. It's a degree of intelligence transparency that it's unusual, and the fear is, are we in somehow giving up sources, methods? Are we breaching some key areas of operational security? I don't know, but I think it's good that he came out and clarified this, just because of a lot of the confusion that's gone up to this point.
Yeah, 2 other interesting notes about the op-ed. He says, "My principle throughout this crisis has been nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine." He says, "I will not pressure the Ukrainian government in private or public to make any territorial concessions." Also, though, addressing the specter, the threat of nuclear war, he says, "I know many people around the world are concerned about the use of nuclear weapons." He says, "We currently see no indication that Russia has an intent to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine." Of course, that remains the question. If they do, what will our response be? But so much is happening there as we approach day 100. Hal Kemper, as always, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Okay, Andrew, thanks.
Okay, and we are going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be giving you an update about this horrible shooting that happened at a hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're getting more reaction, including from Oklahoma Governor, Republican Kevin Stitt, weighing in on Twitter. We also have a Live Now look out of London, England. You can see there the skyline as the United Kingdom prepares to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II, celebrating 70 years on the throne as the British monarch. We have a lot more stories left to get to, including President Biden, after this, commenting on the baby formula shortage crisis, meeting with CEOs of baby formula companies hoping to increase supply. More on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. We're coming up on the top of the 7 o'clock hour here. We still have this live look out of Tulsa, Oklahoma at the moment. And you can see there, it's still a pretty active scene, although the scene is secure. Not as many emergency response vehicles there at St. Francis Hospital, but we now know 4 people were dead in this hospital shooting. The suspect involved took his own life. We're getting more reaction. Now we got some tweets in from Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt. He said, quote, "What happened today in Tulsa is a senseless act of violence and hatred. Sarah and I are praying for the families of those who lost their lives and for those who were injured." He says, "I'm grateful for the quick and brave actions of the Tulsa Police Department and other first responders who did their best to contain a terrible situation." He says, "I've offered Mayor G.T. Bynum any state resources that may be needed, and I ask all Oklahomans to come together in support of the St. Francis Health System community and to grieve with those whose lives have been forever changed." Of course, we showed you the press conference live as it happened there in Tulsa. We know there will be another press conference tomorrow morning. We'll have that, hopefully with more updates. Remember, at the latest press conference, they could not identify the suspect, though they said he was a black male between the ages of 35 and 40. We also know he used 2 weapons. One was a long gun and another was a handgun. Both weapons apparently were used in the shooting. Remember, this was centered on a second-floor doctor's office there. And so no officers, thankfully, were injured, but unfortunately, 4 people dead in the latest mass shooting here in the United States. We are going to leave that up. We have a lot more stories left to get to on this Wednesday night. Okay, we're going to move away from Tulsa for now. Just want to give you another Live Now look we have. This is the skyline in London. You can see kind of the London Eye there, the Ferris wheel, and the Shard as we will awake to Londoners starting to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II, celebrating 70 years on the throne. Here at Live Now from Fox, we will have special coverage Thursday morning and Friday morning, the Trooping of the Color Parade tomorrow, as the members of the royal family will present themselves on the balcony at Buckingham Palace. There will also be a church service as well. This is a historic moment for not only the United Kingdom, but other members of the Commonwealth as well. Queen Elizabeth II turning 96 just a couple of months ago, now celebrating 70 years on the reign of the UK, Europe's longest serving monarch. So we'll bring you live coverage of that in the very early morning hours on the East Coast. In the meantime, also, we have another Live Now look. This out of New Orleans, I believe you can see there. The Superdome lit up in rainbow colors. Of course, we know that June is Pride Month for all of those LGBTQ viewers out there celebrating their pride. The New Orleans Superdome taking the opportunity as well, lit up in the rainbow colors. In the meantime, we do have a Live Now look at the White House as well. That's where we take our next story. We heard from President Biden today, who met with CEOs of some of these infant formula companies like ByHeart, Bubs Australia, Reckitt, Perrigo Company, Gerber. Not in attendance was the CEO of Abbott Industries. Notable absence there. That's the company at the center of the baby formula shortage, not attending today's White House meeting. Remember, the DOJ had to sue Abbott in a consent decree to clean up operations at their plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Remember, the head of the FDA, Robert Califf, put it in a hearing last week, quote, "We had to wrestle this to the ground with Abbott." And so right now we want to hear from President Biden meeting with these baby formula company CEOs about what they're trying to do to alleviate the shortage.
And it's why I've directed my administration to use every tool available to increase the supply, get more formula on shelves as quickly as possible. Working with manufacturers to reopen factories that have closed and ramp up production quickly, so we can increase the availability of infant formula and lower the cost for American families. We're here today to hear from these manufacturers and to get updates on the progress we're making together. The shortage of baby formula is due to the closure back in February of one of Abbott's infant formula plants. We need to take immediate action to stop contaminated formula from hitting store shelves and putting American children at risk. The last thing we should ever do is allow unsafe formula to be sold to parents. Instead, we should increase the production of safe formula to make every American family so they can get what they need for their child. That's the approach we've taken. The Food and Drug Administration acted quickly to bring Abbott back into compliance with safety standards, but it takes time. Abbott accounts for about 40% of the overall infant formula market in the United States. And this factory was one of their leading plants. So, since February, my administration has been working diligently across to every spectrum we could find to address this shortage and to bring more infant formula into the country and onto shelves. We've taken three key actions. First, we invoke what is known as the Defense Production Act, a measure that makes sure that manufacturers are the first in line for material and ingredients they need to make safe, high-quality instant formula at home. To date, Secretary Becerra has approved three authorizations of the Defense Production Act, so that companies like Ricketts, joining us here today virtually, can now get oils and filters they need to increase production of their factories in Indiana and in Michigan. Second, we launched Operation Fly Formula, the major effort to airlift infant formula that meets Americans' health standards and safety standards. Today, I'm proud to say that because of these flights, high-quality formula is already on the way to American shelves. We've already conducted 2 flights with 1.5 million 8-ounce bottles of Nestle and Gerber's hypoallergenic formulas for children with severe allergies. Without Operation Fly Formula, we've taken 3 weeks to get this product to the United States. Because of our action, it took 3 days. And it's heeded the request that people had, and it's headed to American shelves. And I want to thank the Department of Agriculture for helping fund and support Operation Fly Formula. And today, I'm announcing plans for a third flight with Bubs Australia. And the CEO of Bubs, Christy Carr, is with us today, virtually today. This flight would bring 4.6 million bottles of infant formula and pave the way for up to 27.5 million total bottles of Bubs infant formula to be supplied to American families in the weeks ahead. Third, the Food and Drug Administration is reviewing applications for another new high-quality imports to increase our supply. In addition to getting Bubs formula through the process, on Friday, FDA announced that Kendall NutriCare would be able to import formula from the UK. Today, we're announcing the United Airlines has agreed to offer cargo space for Kendall NutriCare for the delivery of 3.7 bottles of the formula here in the States. I want to thank United Airlines for partnering with us to get this done. They're doing it on their own, with the first flight next week continuing over the next 2 to 3 weeks. And Target, the department store, has agreed to partner with Kendall NutriCare to distribute this formula quickly to American families in stores and online. And still we have work to do, though, but we're making critical progress. And today I look forward to hearing from these leading manufacturers to learn more about their actions they're taking to increase supply to American families and to discuss how my administration can continue to support their efforts, speeding up manufacturing, helping move goods faster from factory floors to store shelves. In addition to the companies I mentioned, I will also hear from ByHeart operation out of Pennsylvania. We need more new entrants into the infant formula market like ByHeart. And finally, we're going to hear from the Surgeon General on what he's doing to help families get information they can trust as we continue making progress to resolve this shortage. The work ahead is not going to be easy, but we will continue to work around the clock with manufacturers, states, doctors, and families. And that includes working with states to ensure that, with the help of the Department of Agriculture, we continue to cut the red tape for families to participate in the Women and Infants Children Program, the so-called WIC program. I recently signed legislation to help make it easier for families to get the formula they need through the WIC program. I called on all 50 states to take action, and all 50 states answered the call, working with us to make that program more flexible. And we're going to stay focused on doing even more. I'm going to make sure that families in every part of the country can get the formula they need. And I look forward to our conversations today. So I want to thank you all. And now I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Secretary. I'm going to have you speak now and your remarks, and then we're going to hand it over to Samara, to my behind me here. All yours, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. President, let me start by thanking you for convening today's roundtable. At your direction, we are working 24/7 to get infant formula into the hands of parents across the country. As my team at HHS recently told Alexa, a mom from Leesburg, Virginia, whose son's a 1.5-year-old and a 6-month-old require specialty infant formula, getting more formula, particularly specialty formula, on shelves quickly and safely is a priority for us. Mr. President, thanks for your leadership. And thanks to that leadership, we have partnered with federal colleagues across the administration to support Operation Fly Formula, to bring formula in from other countries and bring it in swiftly and safely. In addition, the FDA is working with Abbott to get its facility to reopen safely. And we are working to quickly and safely bolster the supply of products so that the industry can get them to people in urgent need, with a focus on specialty formula. Under a consent decree with the FDA, Abbott agreed to take corrective actions following an FDA inspection of its Sturgis, Michigan facility. actions that are expected to ultimately result in an increase in the safety of infant formula. As I have invoked the Defense Production Act 3 times already, that was done to accelerate delivery of raw materials needed to manufacture infant formula for America's families. And one more important point. At HHS, we have launched a new online hub, hhs.gov/formula, to help parents and caregivers navigate their baby formula options. At hhs.gov/formula, parents and caregivers can connect to community resources, such as community centers or an accredited food bank. They can connect to preliminary recommendations from physicians and clinicians, and they can check if the brand of formula they rely on was affected by Abbott's recall. We invite feedback from the public and plan to update this page further in the coming days. And all of this information can be found in multiple languages. We're engaging governors across the country so that they too have the latest information on how to help families in their states navigate their needs. And we're working closely with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to support the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infant, and Children, the WIC program, to ensure WIC families can access new supplies of baby formula as they become available. We will keep working 24/7 to make sure parents have the infant formula they need. But remember, HHS, FDA, USDA, we're not manufacturers. We need infant formula manufacturers and the industry as a whole to keep stepping up and working with us. As you've made clear, Mr. President, only together can we solve this challenge and get families the infant formula they need. And with that, let me now turn to Deputy Director Samira Fazli for her comments.
Thank you, Secretary Becerra. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. What we'll do now is turn to the manufacturers and get some updates. We last spoke to you in mid-May, heard about the work you were doing, building upon a lot of the work that the administration had been doing diligently since February. But I want to begin with Robert Cleveland. And since we last spoke to you, we've now invoked the Defense Production Act and want to hear how the Defense Production Act is enabling Reckitt to speed up its production of infant formula.
Sure, I'd be happy to address that, and thank you for convening this roundtable. So, as the next largest manufacturer of scale after Abbott in the United States, getting as many feedings to shelf as possible has been an enormous priority for us. We've left no stone unturned in the way we can do that safely and in a high quality manner. And since the recall event occurred, there are a number of actions we've taken. First and foremost, our plants are running 24/7 with unlimited overtime. We've optimized our portfolio to focus on those products that move through our plants the fastest. And we've worked with our retail and our distribution partners to ensure that our trucks are getting to distribution centers and prioritized with our retail partners like Walmart and Target, Kroger, such that our trucks are unloaded first and feedings get to shelf faster. Because it's not just about more, it's about how much more we can put at shelf. And since the recall began, or since the beginning of the year, we have been able to increase the amount we've put to market by over 30% and to do it 40% faster. To dimensionalize that a little bit more, that's about 211,000 more infants that we're feeding after the recall than before the recall. But to address your question directly on the impact of the Defense Production Act, when we spoke to the White House middle of last month, there were a number of very rapid actions that the government took, and we're very appreciative of them. Part of it is the Defense Production Act. We have been the beneficiary of one implementation of that got us some essential oil to our manufacturing process. But there have also been calls from staffers from the NEC and HHS to other manufacturers who supply to us. And those calls alone have been helpful. And because of those calls, because of all that's been done, we now have a production schedule in June where we're looking to produce 40 million feedings per week. And that's because we have a special and temporary responsibility to produce more than half of the infant formula in the US. And our employees are dedicated to meeting that responsibility. And in fact, over Memorial Day weekend, worked to produce another 5 million feedings at our plants in Michigan and Indiana. And they couldn't have done that without the efforts to get us more inputs through the DPA and the efforts of the staffers at HHS and NEC, and we're deeply appreciative. But the other thing I wanted to lead to is that we can do even more. And so we have a unique opportunity with our brand Enfamil, which has fed generations of infants in the US and is the most trusted by pediatricians and mothers. And with that unique position, we've submitted applications to the FDA to bring formula in from our world-class facilities in Singapore and Mexico. And if those applications are approved, we believe we can bring enough formula in to add an additional 250,000 infants on the ones we were already feeding post the recall, and come a long way to substantially ending this crisis. And if those approvals happen fast enough, we can make an impact as soon as this month. And we're really looking forward to working with the HHS and the FDA in processing those applications as quickly as we can. But in closing on my opening remarks, I just wanted to recognize the efforts of the USDA and the local governments that implement the program. We've been working to fill the gap created by the shutdown of the Sturgis facility ever since it happened. And the flexibility of the administration of that program has allowed manufacturers like ourselves and our retail partners to be able to put product at the shelves that WIC participants can more easily access. And since they are the most vulnerable in our society, I just want everybody to know those efforts have been fruitful, meaningful, and I know we're feeding more WIC participants because of them. So thank you for the efforts from the government, the USDA, to improve flexibility in that regard. And if there are other questions later, I'm happy to answer them.
Robert, I'd like to ask a question if I may. Tell us about what changes you've made to move the formula faster from your factory to the floor shelves. I mean, you talked about the trucks and about priorities. Are there other things you've done as well?
Yes, sir. So typically the way our process would work is we would make our product, it would go through its normal quality release checks, be released into a system that then eventually becomes visible to retailers to order from. What we've done now is to make sure that every retail partner we have is aware of the moment that product is released from quality, their order is waiting for it, the truck is booked to ship it to their facility, and once it gets to their facility, it's prioritized among all the other deliveries that they receive to get to shelf as fast as possible. And again, those changes in totality, we believe we're now delivering product to market 40% faster than we were prior to the recall. And again, it's partnership up and down the line, sir.
One last question. Did you, and I'm going to ask this to your other colleagues, did you anticipate that the closure of the Abbott facility, because it was not producing the quality that was necessary, that would have this profound an effect immediately? Or did it take a little time to?
I think, no, sir, we were aware of the general impact that this would have. And so from the moment that recall was announced, we reached out immediately to retail partners like Target, Walmart, to tell them this is what we think will happen. And this is the inventory we have on hand right now. You should order it. And any inventory in your distribution centers should be pushed to shelves as fast as possible. And they've been great partners in taking all of those actions. And then, of course, as the recall has gone on, more specific impacts have been felt, and we've learned and adjusted to those as well. But no, we knew from the very beginning this would be a very serious event.
I met early on with those CEOs, and they were trying to figure out how they could move quickly, and you've been very helpful, so thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that. 40% faster is incredible, and just a testament to the work that you and your team have been doing with all your partners. Tarun, I'm going to turn to you next. While most of us here in the U.S. know of your company as Gerber, we know that Gerber and Nestle are essentially the same brand. Wanted to get an update from you on the work that Gerber has done since Operation Formula helped them bring so much Nestle specialty formula to the U.S. market. Can you give us an update on your ability to distribute that product to the families that need it?
Thank you, Samira. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with yourself, the President, and members of the administration. If I could first start by saying we take this responsibility very seriously to be part of the solution. And in fact, without overstating it, at Gerber, we feel this is our national duty. And we have crisis teams that are operating today, 3.5 months after the recall, with the same level of urgency as we did when I got that first phone call informing me of the crisis situation. This is demonstrated by our factories that continue to run 24/7. We have, in fact, from our domestic demand, increased 60% additional supply to the marketplace since the recall. And as you mentioned, Samir alluded to the broader Nestle, we're leveraging the full power of entire Nestle network to be able to come to our aid at this time of crisis. One of the things we will not compromise on, obviously, is quality and safety. That's a core principle at Nestle. So everything we do, even in these very dynamic and fluid times, we make sure that every product that goes out meets our highest standards. And the President alluded to that as well when referring to Operation Fly Formula. That has been a very powerful statement. The same urgency was shared by the administration. And since we've received, to your specific question, Samira, since we've received 60 tons of that product on one shipment and another shipment with the Nestle Health Science product, we have been rapidly moving those products through our distribution centers into the marketplace. In fact, the product, and it was a privilege and a very proud moment for me to be with our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and our Surgeon General, Dr. Murthy, to get that. Since that time, those 40% of those cans that were received have already been made their way to the store shelves, to hospitals, and other high-need areas. So from our perspective, Fly Formula has been very helpful for us. Again, the President alluded, we shaved off weeks from normal transit time. We're getting product out to the shelf as quickly as we can turn it around. And then finally, if I may add, is the same point that Robert alluded to earlier and the President alluded to as well. Working with the FDA under the enforcement discretion, we have submitted multiple proposals of, again, high quality formula that has the potential of bringing in 9.5 million individual 8-ounce servings over the course of the next month and a half. We're, of course, following all process. We have to follow the details here, make sure the recipes are compatible with our current recipes. We can track the product, as well as make sure that the label is in English for easy translation and obviously easy comprehension and have no translation issues. So again, we're a small player at Gerber, but we believe now is the time to go above and beyond.
Can I ask a question? How are you supporting families that participate in the WIC program, the Special Supplemental Nutritional Program, women, infant, children? When I spoke with the retailers, we talked about making sure that they could be able to purchase. You can limit what you purchase under WIC and based on the size of the container and the like. And we worked out a deal where they could, whatever container was available would be the ones that we use, and they would not be limited to being able to be stuck with if you only had an X ounces or what have you been doing to accommodate that or talk about that with your customers?
Mr. President, that hits to the heart of the matter. In terms of WIC families, Gerber currently has 7 contracts. However, working very closely, and big thanks to the USDA's flexibility, specifically referring to what you alluded to in terms of substitution opportunities, can size flexibility. We now have, in addition to our 7 WIC contracts, which we must protect to ensure product is available where we have contracts. But today you will find Gerber product available in all 35 Abbott WIC contract states. That comes through a lot of work on the ground with, again, I represent a large number of teams, a number of colleagues across the US and across even Europe and across the world supporting us in this matter, working with the WIC offices on a local level, making sure our products are available for them in their formularies. The WIC parent may shop at a WIC office, they may shop at a retail, they have multiple different distribution options, and we make sure our product is available through all of those means. So we've been able, again, taking advantage and full partnership with the USDA to get our product available, both the product that is normal term usage, but also the specialized products that we have, because there are WIC families that have needs for those products as well. In fact, that is a core part of how we want to move forward, is make sure products available for the WIC families. And then if I could build on that a bit, we're also making sure our specialized products, which have a unique need in the marketplace, is available through children's hospitals and other home healthcare partners where it's not the traditional channel. So it really is a number of different initiatives across multiple touch points where the WIC family has to be supported to make sure that they get the product. And we believe we're working very closely with the administration and having good success on that, sir.
Really important. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
And USDA has done incredible work to approve a lot of those waivers in 24 to 48-hour timelines since February. And as the president laid out, all 50 states finally took action after he called them to task a few weeks ago on that. And you know, the 35 Abbott states that you mentioned, some of that was also due to USDA's effort to work with Abbott to make sure that companies like yours were able to get your product into those store shelves. So thank you, Tarun, for that update.
Thank you, Samira.
Murray, I'm going to turn to you next. A lot of families might not be familiar with the name Perrigo, but I know that you provide a lot of the manufacturing for the private label brands that they may be buying at a Target or a Walmart. So can you speak to us about what you've done to scale up production since February and the result of all that effort that you and your company have taken?
Sure. First off, thank you for the opportunity to be here, Samira, and thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in this crisis. We all appreciate it. We are indeed a private label manufacturer, and for those who aren't familiar with that, we don't actually market a national brand ourselves. We enable competition, and we pack for 18 national store brands. Those are the retailers' brands and several national smaller branded marketers. So in essence, we are creating competition, and those store brands sell for about half the price of the national brand. So we're proud that we provide an affordable, accessible, while still maintaining superior quality. Consistent with our vision to make lives better, we play a vital role in providing access to affordable infant formula. And as I said, we also foster competition. Now, when I joined the company about 3 years ago, we saw the need for strengthening the resiliency of our infant formula business. And over the last 3 years, we've put about $100 million into the facilities so that they would be reliable and they would be resilient. And that's benefiting us tremendously right now. Like what you heard from everyone else so far, our 500 associates in our manufacturing facilities in Ohio and Vermont are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have done so all while navigating global supply chain shortages and tight labor market. Let me walk you through the specific steps to increase output. The very first thing we did when we heard about the Abbott recall was we could foresee that this was going to create a tremendous shortage. We significantly increased all our material orders. We began communication with the FDA immediately. We began collaborating closely with the FDA, our retail customers, and other stakeholders to identify and prioritize what was most critical. And we've been meeting, by the way, weekly with the FDA ever since. The very first thing that we did was take one facility and run a year's worth of hypoallergenic formula because we believed that was most critical. After that, the second thing, and what we've done ever since, is focused on the highest 4 formulas, volume formulas in the category to feed as many babies as possible with a formula that most closely resembled what the babies were already eating. Remember, as a private label manufacturer, it's our job to and we strive to develop products that are designed to be almost exactly the same as the national brand. So it wouldn't be a change for infants. And because of that, we felt we had a unique responsibility, and it was in collaboration with our customers and the retailer that we picked the 4 that we focused on. By focusing on 4, we were able, and still today are running at 115% of our maximum capacity. So our theoretical capacity, we're running millions of pounds more. And in the 4 months of 2022, our output is up 32%. That is, we shipped 32% more product than a year ago through the combination of that higher output and the use of the safety stock inventories we had. That's gigantic for us. Mr. President, we appreciate you making your staff, the FDA, and most recently HHS representatives available to us right from the beginning. Like I said, it was within a matter of days to help get through this crisis. And I can assure you that Perrigo is doing everything that can be done in order to help. We are well prepared. We are not having supply problems. We are not having supply issues. We are running full out and will continue to do so for as long as needed. And we are continuing to make investments and will continue to invest going forward to support increased reliability and capacity in the industry. Our company is proud to be part of the solution to this shortage, as no family should have to worry about being able to feed their baby. So once again, thank you for your leadership on this crisis.
Well, thank you for doing such an incredible job of moving so quickly. Thank you.
It was helpful to get an update from the kind of leading domestic manufacturers, but we're going to switch gears a little bit and switch countries and talk about one of the new actions that we have taken is that the FDA has put in place new flexibilities to allow imports, to bring new entrants into the market. And so, Christy, I want to turn to you next to tell us about your company, about Bubs, and the formula you make, and how soon we're going to be able to get that formula here in the U.S. now that the FDA has approved you for sale and distribution. Although I should probably ask you first, what time is it down there?
It's around 4 o'clock in the morning, but now that we run a 24/7 operation, and I think most of the Bubs team now feel like they're on Washington, D.C. time, so that's perfectly okay. And Mr. President, I'd like to start by saying just what an honor it is to be able to be here and talk to you personally, and I thank you for inviting myself on behalf of Bubs Australia to participate in this important roundtable conversation. So Bubs Australia is Australia's leading vertically integrated brand of infant formula. I first founded the business 17 years ago when my first daughter was born. And over those 17 years, we have been nourishing children, both here in Australia and in the 10 markets that we export, over 1 million babies without incident. We are very passionate about feeding the next generation of children with clean, safe, and reliable infant nutrition products. So we already sell our Aussie Bubs toddler milk formula products in the United States in many retailers across the states. And as we've started to see this infant formula shortage unfold, and I've visited the States a couple of times already this year, we knew we wanted to help. I'm sitting here in our Bubs Australia facility in Victoria, the dairy capital of Australia. It is a FDA approved facility, and we had already started the journey for having our 3 lines of infant formula products approved for export into the United States. We knew that our products already met the FDA nutritional requirements, so we made contact with yourselves, with the administration, and with the FDA. And I am very pleased to be able to now be in a position where we can help the situation. And I commend you, Mr. President, on being able to bring government and regulatory and industry together to help solve this problem as one collective group. Obviously, logistics and moving this quantity of infant formula in a short period of time is complex. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for including Bubs Australia in Operation Fly Formula. So that as you mentioned, the White House has announced today that we are now in a position to fly our first 2 air cargo carriers over to the United States. We will be sending 2 planes full of our infant formula products next week, with the first plane leaving on June 9 to fly into Pennsylvania, and the second plane leaving on June 11 to fly into California. Across those first 2 planes is about 380,000 pounds of infant formula, or the equivalent of 4.6 million standard 8-ounce baby bottles. We are now working alongside the HHS to determine when the first possible time is to bring in the next 2 planes, and we plan to do that in the coming weeks. So our strategy around distribution is to be able to initially put our products into the distribution centres on both the West and East Coast. We will be distributing our products to both the major retailers of infant formula, as well as some of our smaller retail partners, to make sure that we prioritise the states that are most in need, and of course the vulnerable population areas who need infant formula most. So again, I'd just really like to take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. President, and your administration. Both the HHS and the USDA have been working with us around the clock since this new initiative took place, and we are delighted we're able to help out in some way and bring Bubs infant formula products to American families.
You're helping out a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, that partnership's going to continue with these Operation Fly Formula flights. We continue to work to make sure there aren't regulatory barriers, border barriers to bringing this stuff in quickly. So we will continue to be working with you, Christy, and others. Well, let me turn it next to Ron, because it's not like new entrants are only sitting overseas. There's a lot of entrepreneurs and innovators here in the U.S. So want to hear from you about how your company was recently able to receive FDA approval and the steps that you're now able to take to ramp up production as one of our kind of first new companies in this space in a long time. Although I should also say, like, you may also not know what time it is, I hear, because I hear you may have a new entrant in your family as well. So thank you for joining us despite being a new father, I think, as of last week.
Yes, correct. Well, look, first of all, thank you for having me at this important discussion. You know, we launched in an unprecedented time when parents are more anxious than they've ever been. You know, no parent should have to experience a shortage of sole source nutrition for their baby. And I say that not just a CEO by heart, but as you point out, as a parent myself, my wife and I just had our second little one this past weekend. My co-founder and sister, Mia Funt, and I started By Heart 6 years ago to translate major advancements in nutrition science and breast milk research into infant formulas that are the most wholesome and functional alternative to breast milk. You know, all parents deserve to feel proud in how they feed their babies. With By Heart's launch earlier this year, we became the first new infant formula manufacturer to be registered with FDA in this country in over 15 years. We started this work, you know, well before a shortage, with a motivation really to innovate. And we're grateful to the Biden administration and this FDA, it's kind of recognition for the need for new manufacturers. You know, with our launch, this became the first administration and FDA to register a new infant formula manufacturer in over 4 administrations. Having been immersed in this category 15 years, we knew full well the barriers to entry we were up against. Infant formula is appropriately the most highly regulated food in the world, and the consolidated supply chain makes it nearly impossible for new entrants. There were just 4 companies that manufacture infant formulas. 3 of those dominate 90% of the category. And so every new entrant in decades has taken the same path, to outsource to the one and only contract manufacturer in the country and rely on an expedited generics-like path to market, which only allows for incremental change based on existing recipes. Had we taken that path, we would have been on the market 4 years ago. But we didn't get into this for incremental change. We knew there was only one way to truly innovate for babies, and that was to build from scratch. And so we acquired and built manufacturing in Reading, Pennsylvania. We directly sourced all our ingredients to ensure we have complete oversight and highest quality. And we brought together the world's experts to completely rewrite the recipe and conduct the largest clinical trial from a new brand in 25 years to clinically prove our benefits. That's why it took us 5 years and not 1. Well, now we are just one of 5 companies in this country that manufacture infant formula, and we take that responsibility very seriously. Just 2 months into our launch, which saw unprecedented demand, pacing at 15 times our most aggressive projections, we are investing heavily into initiatives here at home in the US that can enable an additional over 500,000 new babies to be fed and put us in a position to feed some 15% of new births. We're investing heavily into Reading, Pennsylvania, with a new $30 million investment. We're hiring relentlessly, adding a whole new shift. We're already working 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. We're in process of moving to 24/7. Within days of the enforcement discretion policy being announced, we had 2 submissions into FDA to expand our manufacturing footprint and accelerate fulfillment to get parents formula quicker, all here in the US. We're throwing everything we have at this crisis, but we can't do it alone, and we're grateful for the support we've received to date from the Commonwealth. Mia and I are in this moment ourselves. Mia's 3rd baby, Simone, is 10 months and actually drinking by heart. And my wife and I just had our 2nd this past weekend. So we know personally and professionally that this country can never be in a situation again where one company has a recall and 40% of the country is without infant formula. And the only way we ensure that doesn't happen again is to invest in new domestic manufacturing, diversify the supply chain, and create that ecosystem for innovation in infant nutrition here in the United States. So that's what we've done, and that's what we plan to continue to do.
Good luck with the new babe, old buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will say, as a parent myself, hearing the kind of rigorous standards that the FDA has in place to bring new entrants into the market is reassuring, and shows how we have this science-based policy here to make sure that the formula that's available for families, whether it's through new imports or through new domestic entrants, is safe and healthy for families to have. Now that we've had that update from the manufacturers and have a sense of how production is increasing, how new entrants and new supply is now on its way and already making its way to store shelves, I want to turn to have us talk a little bit about parents and what they're going through right now. Again, as a parent myself who had a child who was on a specialty formula and pretty recently weaned, know that the administration has been taking a lot of steps to work with families to make sure they're getting the support they need to make their way through this crisis. So I'll turn it over to Kristen.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Samira. And thank you to all that you all are doing as manufacturers to bring new supply to market and help us serve American parents. But as we heard from all of you, this is just an incredibly challenging time for American families. I too am a parent, and I'm expecting my 2nd child at the end of this month. And we know how difficult and how scary this time can be for folks. Dr. Murthy, you have been talking to parents and doctors across the country about the challenges of this moment. Can you tell us a little bit about what you think the key messages are that parents need to hear who are worried about finding formula for their families?
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Kristen. And yes, talking to communities, our public information efforts have been a key part of this overall effort. I just want to say also a thank you to everyone who has joined the manufacturers from around the world, really. This has been a team effort. And President Biden, thank you for making this a priority and for instructing everyone in this administration that no stone should be left unturned in solving this problem. Our military service members have moved mountains to make sure we can get formula to shelves here, and our departments like HHS, DOD, USDA have also just pulled out the stops to increase production. All of this has made the progress possible that we've seen today, but we're not going to stop now. Because a key group that's been involved in these efforts has been community groups, doctors and nurses, medical nursing organizations, community institutions, which have stood up to help reassure patients and get them accurate information. And I want to thank those groups because we are really pulling together in this crisis. To all the parents out there who might be worried at this point about the food supply for your child, there are a few key messages I'd like to share with you today. The first is to know that while we are moving fast and pulling out the stops here, safety is still our priority. We are bringing in formula from abroad, but only formula that meets the FDA's gold standards for safety. The FDA knows how important those standards are, takes its responsibility to provide safe formula to families very, very seriously. The second point I want to share is that for safety reasons, we are recommending that there are certain things that you not do, like water down formula or make formula at home or use toddler formula for infants. I can absolutely understand why people may consider some of these options, but the FDA does not consider those safe at this moment, which is why we're not recommending them. The third point I'd like to make is that it is okay to use a different brand of formula if the one that you're used to isn't on the shelf. And look, as a parent whose child is recently on formula, I know how scary it can feel sometimes to switch brands of formula. But the key thing to know is that if you find formula on the shelf, it is formula that has met the FDA's standards for safety. So that is the good news here. And the last point I want to make is that if you're a parent out there who's worried about food for your child, I want you to know that we are right here with you. We are standing alongside you, and we are not going to give up until this challenge has been met, until every parent has the formula they need for their children. We're going to continue to pull every lever that we have, and I want you to know that we approach this not just as public servants, but as parents as well. This is very personal to many of us who are parents or grandparents, and you've heard that already from the folks here today. This is a few years ago. My son was on infant formula, and I can just imagine how I would have felt if that formula had not been available to him. So I just want people to know that while we have made progress in increasing production, while we've made progress in bringing supply in from abroad and taking steps to reopen the plant that was closed in Sturgis, that the company is now working to get back into production, we are not going to stop until every family has a formula that they need for their children. That's our commitment to the public, not just as public servants, but as parents ourselves. So I'll turn it back to Samira.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'll turn it back to you. A few weeks ago when we met with you, you told us pull every lever, find new levers, do what you can do to solve this challenge because it was weighing on families, and it was important that we showed people what the government can do when it kind of is put to the test and brings everyone together. So since then, HHS, the USDA, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the FDA have continued to pull together, working closely with manufacturers, as you've heard. We've brought some new ones to the table. We've worked closely with states. We got all 50 to take action, and we continue to work closely with the retailers to kind of answer your charge. But I would turn it back to you now that we've given you this update on where we've gone and where we're headed.
Well, I'll be very brief. Look, I used to have a friend, and Vivek's heard me say this before. He used to say, you got to know how to know. You got to know how to know, meaning that we need, what I've found as parents come up to me in the street and I talk to my family about it, and I don't have any infants in my family. I have a 2-year-old grandson, but he's beyond that. And there's a lot of kids in my family, and people will come up to me at church or wherever, and they want to know whether or not, even though they're not on a particular formula, that can they switch a formula? Because they hear about all the safety requirements, Doc, and you talk about it a little bit. You let people know that there are options within even the limited supplies that are occurred, or you may not have the exact brand you used before, but another brand is in fact able to be used. And so I think that's an important thing to because the anxiety that men and women have, mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers with infants, is pretty profound. No one ever wants to make a mistake. And so I think part of it is just relieving a little bit of the anxiety. Once we have significantly more formula available now. We'll have significantly more in the next month or more. And as we get Abbott back online, there's going to be a whole lot more. We're going to solve the problem. But, you know, ensuring safety of a newborn child is a mother and father's top priority. I mean, it's a basic thing. It's been my top priority as a father and grandfather, and it remains at the top of my priorities today as President of the United States. You know, as we close, I want to thank all of you. I really mean it. I want to thank all of you for your updates and the progress you've made, because, you know, we've had other crises that I've dealt with as president and as vice president, but I find that this is almost personal to everybody, to the manufacturers, it takes on a personal aspect to it. And, you know, the hard work your employees have made an important difference in restoring the supply for infant formula, but there's still a lot more to do. So I ask you to keep focused, stay in high gear. We can't let up in the infant formula market back until it's all the way back to normal. And that's going to take a couple more months, but we're making significant progress. And I thank the folks from down under as well. Christy, thank you very much, and for all the way in which that we're bringing in formula from around the world. That is, again, letting our constituents know, Doc, that it meets the standard. We're not bringing anything in that doesn't meet the highest standards. And so, as my grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors and the creek not rising, we're going to make a lot more progress and ease the anxiety, the significant amount of anxiety on the part of moms and dads of newborns. So, and we particularly want to ease that anxiety on the staff. You know, that's going to be coming pretty soon. So, thank you all very, very much. I truly appreciate it, and you've really answered the call. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, will anyone at the FDA be held accountable?
All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. That was President Biden earlier today speaking with baby formula manufacturers in hopes of finding a solution to bring that shortage to an end, to help alleviate that issue for families. Obviously, that's impacting millions of families across the country here in the U.S. Now we want to take you to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where a mass shooting happened just a few hours ago. We know that 4 people were killed at a medical building on the campus of a hospital. The shooter, we're told, killed himself. Authorities have not identified the shooter. We also don't know the identities of the victims. We want to bring you more information here. One moment here, we want to bring you the latest update from authorities, that news conference where they gave us the most up-to-date information here on Live Now from Fox.
It will be probably pretty limited. I will attempt to take some questions after everybody has spoken, but giving you that warning ahead of time, the information is still very new and very limited. At 16:52, 4:52 hours, our dispatch received a call of an active shooter at the Natalie Medical Building at 6457 South Yale Avenue. We had officers arrive at the location at 4:56, so a 3-minute response time, and make contact with victims and the suspect at 5:01, and that was them making their way to the second floor. The officers that did arrive were hearing shots in the building, and that's what directed them to the second floor. Right now, we have 4 civilians that are dead. We have 1 shooter that is dead, and right now we believe that is self-inflicted. Officers have not been interviewed, but we're certain that's a self-inflicted gunshot wound on his part. The scene is fairly limited to 1 section of that floor on the 2nd floor, and officers are currently and detectives interviewing witnesses that were throughout the building, and especially those on the 2nd floor. No officers were injured. We have a reunification center set up at Memorial High School in the auditorium on the north end of Memorial High School for families that may have had somebody in this building at the time and have not been able to make contact. That is a location they can check in with for information. Right now, the suspect, we do not have an identity. That we believe we're getting close on the identity of the suspect. He is a black male, estimated to be 35 to 40 years old, and we have confirmed he had 1 long gun, a rifle, and 1 handgun on the scene at the time. That's what I have, and I will turn it over to.
Can you confirm?
I'll come back for those questions.
Okay, thank you.
What was yours?
Well, you said 5 people total dead.
Yes, 4 innocents, 1 shooter.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Cliff Robertson. I'm the CEO of the St. Francis Health System. And as you can imagine, we're an organization that believes in the power of prayer, and there is nothing more this community could do for us than to pray for the families and the loved ones and the victims of this senseless act. I can't stand here and not thank the first responders in this city. I mean, look around us. The response has been incredible, and I don't know that I've truly understood just how important our first responders can be and are every day. There will obviously be many questions, and there will be a very bumpy road, I think, ahead of us. But there are over 10,000 people that are part of the St. Francis Health System that every day commit their lives to taking care of people in need, taking care of everyone in need. And this senseless, horrible, incomprehensible act is not going to change that.
I want to start by echoing Dr. Robertson's comments. This campus is sacred ground for our community. For decades, this campus has been a place where people have come to work, heroes have come to work every day to save the lives of people in our community. Just in the last few years, in the greatest public health crisis that our city has ever had to face, this has been the facility more than any other that has worked to save the lives of people in this city. I have been out here to this campus repeatedly as mayor when our first responders have been attacked and when one of them was murdered. And it was the people who worked at this campus who were there for them. So I know, because I know Tulsa, I know there are so many people out there right now that want to know what you can do to support the people at St. Francis Health System in the midst of this tragedy. I don't have one thing for you right now. I would ask for you to think about what the St. Francis Health System and the people that work there mean to our community, what they mean to you and your family and your neighbors, the heroes who protect you. Think about what they mean to you, and think about in your own way what you can do to show your support for them in the midst of this tragedy. I also want to express our community's profound gratitude for the broad range of first responders who did not hesitate today to respond to this act of violence. men and women of the Tulsa Police Department did not hesitate. And when you look around today, you see personnel from federal law enforcement, the Tulsa County Sheriff's Office, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, the Tulsa Fire Department, EMSA. They are all here to provide the support and their own skill set that they can bring to support the people who work on this campus. And all of us in Tulsa have a responsibility to do the same. Thank you. We'll turn it back to Chief Daglish for any questions that you might have.
Mayor, while you're up there, could we get your response? I mean, we're now in a club of cities that had to deal with something like this. What is your response to what happened here?
Right now, my thoughts are with the victims in here, many of whose families don't even know about this yet. So if we want to have a policy discussion, that is something to be had in the future, but not tonight. Not tonight.
Do we know if the victims were employees of the hospital or patients?
From what we do know, it could be a combination both of employees and visitors.
Do we know if he was a patient?
We do not.
With everything that's happened recently, was he wearing body armor?
Not that I'm aware of. That has not been mentioned.
Chief, you said he had two weapons with him, a pistol of some sort and a long gun. Do we know which weapon or both weapons? What did he use, or do we know that yet?
It appears both weapons at one point or another were fired on the scene.
Do we have any reason to believe he was targeting anybody specifically?
We don't have that yet. Investigators, the building not long before we came down here was officially secured, and homicide and crime scene detectives were just making their way in. So all of the investigation and investigative portions and those types of questions are just getting looked into right now.
Can you talk about what's on that second floor?
I don't have the, there is an orthopedic center, or orthopedic office there, but I'm unaware of if that occupies the whole floor or if there are other offices on the floor.
Do we know if that's where this happened, in that orthopedic center?
At least part of the same.
Is everybody, cleared out of the closets, the cubbies, and
yeah, they've gone floor to floor, office to office, and has gathered keys from St. Francis and have essentially cleared. And we utilize officers from those other agencies as well to help get that job done. There was one witness, potential victim, that was found late in the process, locked in a closet. So worth their efforts to make sure that was very methodically done.
How long was this shooter active from the first shot to him inflicting a wound on himself?
There was a 3-minute response, so I don't know how long the call took to come in, but it appears as though the whole thing was a 4-minute or so time span from the time it came in to the time officers made contact, 4 to 5 minutes.
And all the gunfire occurred in that same area on the second floor, as far as we know?
The best we believe right now.
Do we know who called?
I do not.
After everything that happened last week, was active shooter training refreshed on y'all's mind? And this was just almost second nature for you?
Yeah, I think that's probably fresh on everyone's minds. I will say Tulsa revisits that topic regularly. So I was very happy with what we know so far regarding the response of our officers. And as the mayor mentioned, the citizens of Tulsa, I think, should be proud. This parking lot was difficult to get to for some of those officers who were here just minutes after it came in. It was difficult due to the amount of cars that had responded from all sides of town. And then federal agencies, I believe every federal agency is represented here. Light Horse are here. I've been contacted by surrounding sheriff's offices, Sheriff Regalado, Sheriff Chris Elliott, offering to help cover calls for service while we dealt with the scene. So the response, I cannot overstate how proud I am of the area response to this incident.
Do you believe he acted alone?
We're going to have a press conference tomorrow. Yep. We're still unpacking a lot of this. We can ask questions all night.
I've got a question for Dr. Robertson.
If you want to answer the question, so you can, or else we can wait till tomorrow.
We don't know. We are still trying to confirm his identity, and the intelligence and the investigative side will take off after that.
Do we know if there's any
There'll be no more
connection
questions
to-
today. We'll have a press conference tomorrow. We'll get you all the information you need. Thank you.
Yes.
Leave it for now. You might need to go to me though.
So as you heard there from authorities, right now they do not have the identity of the shooter confirmed. Right now we know 4 people are dead. The suspect is also dead. We're told that he shot himself. We know that this happened at a medical building on the campus of a hospital, and authorities say that unfortunately, because of what happened last week in Uvalde, it prepared them for today. And we know that just a few days ago that some of their officers went through an active shooter training, and they also informed us that their responding officers were on scene in just 3 short minutes. That's the latest regarding that particular situation, and they also mentioned that tomorrow they will have another update on this shooting. And of course, as always, we will bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here and update you with more headlines after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. Thank you for joining us this evening. We continue to follow developments on the shooting that happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let's take you out live to the scene. You can see that there's less police presence than there was earlier today, and police continue to investigate exactly what happened. At this moment, we do not know the identity of the shooter and the identities of the victims. Earlier today, the governor of Oklahoma, Governor Kevin Stitt, he did release a statement on social media. We want to bring that up for you here. He says, what happened today in Tulsa is a senseless act of violence and hatred. Sarah and I are praying for the families of those who lost their lives and for those who were injured. It goes on to say, I am grateful for the quick and brave actions of the Tulsa Police Department and other first responders who did their best to contain a terrible situation. I have offered Mayor G.T. Bynum any state resources that may be needed, and I ask all Oklahomans to come together in support of St. Francis Health System community and to grieve with those whose lives have been forever changed. And that's a live look back out at the scene there. You can see there's still a police presence. Again, investigators saying that they will update us on the situation, on the investigation tomorrow. And of course, we will make sure to bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, we're bringing you more details on what happened last week in the Uvalde mass shooting. Funerals continue to take place. Here's Fox News with more on that.
When a gunman barged into her 4th grade classroom at Robb Elementary last week.
And then he shot the girl next to me, and I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want him to come over and shoot me.
Her 10-year-old eyes saw things that nobody should ever have to.
He shot my friends and my teachers.
Over the next 2.5 weeks, funerals are being held for the 21 who were killed, including beloved teacher Irma Garcia, whose funeral was today. She was laid to rest alongside her husband, Joe, who died of a heart attack suddenly 2 days after the shooting.
Our teachers are not our protectors, they're our educators. They deserve to go to work. Their students deserve to go to school and return home.
As this community mourns, the investigation into how law enforcement responded that day moves forward. Specifically, the Uvalde School District Police Chief's call to instruct responding officers to wait on a SWAT team before confronting the gunman. On Tuesday, state authorities said Pete Arredondo had not returned their investigators' messages, seeking a follow-up interview since the first time he was questioned. Arredondo was sworn in as a newly elected city council member Tuesday. Today, he pushed back, saying that was false, and he's in touch with Texas DPS on a daily basis. For now, it's a back and forth until the federal DOJ investigation is complete, as so many who've suffered loss try and make it day by day.
I really don't want to go back to school because of what happened.
The Uvalde School District said today that students will not return to Robb Elementary School. When President Biden visited here, he suggested tearing it down and building a new one in its spot. In Uvalde, Texas, Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
Meantime, people across the country continue to react on the shooting in Uvalde, including those in law enforcement. Earlier today, we spoke with Polk County Sheriff Grady Judge. Here's what he had to say.
Bring in our special guest here this hour from Polk County, the great state of Florida. Grady Judd, thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it.
Mike, it's my honor to be with you today.
Thank you so much. Well, first off, can you first just tell us, when you saw the terrible situation unfold, what were your first thoughts?
Well, I was crushed and I was heartbroken because once again, we've had an active shooter go into, this time, an elementary school and massacre babies, the future of our country. The most important thing to us in the entire world are our children, and it happened again. And then immediately, just like the rest of the nation and law enforcement officers, what happened and how did it happen? And I think we're still working to try to figure that out at this time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we hear this information and really a timeline of events that has rolled out from this investigation as it stands right now, and hearing that there was law enforcement members that were inside of that hallway, and there were still 911 calls being put out saying, please help, there is still people here that need help. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm angry. I'm very angry. In fact, I suggest there's still more that we don't know than we do know. But I'm confident that either the door was left unlocked, it was propped open, or it failed to shut completely. He walked in without anyone there to stop him. And once he got in, he was shooting. And he went into classrooms and he slaughtered babies. And I'm just crushed about that. I'm also confident that it was at least an hour before a SWAT team went in and neutralized the threat. and that was 59 minutes and 59 seconds too long. You know, when somebody's an active shooter, they don't get to pull it back to a hostage situation or a barricade situation. Once an active shooter, always an active shooter. Because even though they've paused or quit shooting, you've got people in there that are injured and potentially bleeding out, and you can't have that. You've got to rush to the threat and neutralize it immediately. And that's what we train for in the state of Florida, and specifically here. You know, our epiphany was with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting. I'm on that commission, and we did a deep dive and saw a lot of problems and a lot of mistakes, and we've all learned from them. And we've also studied Virginia Tech and Sandy Hook and Columbine. And at the end of the day, we've got to all do better. And it starts with the community. If you see something, hear something, say something, because we need an intervention before they get to the school. But if they get to the school, we need several well-trained individuals there with a firearm to stop the threat. And like I say in Polk County vernacular, that's to shoot them graveyard dead before they get to the children, if there's any possible way to do that.
And Sheriff, how do you kind of try to mainstream this a way of thinking for all law enforcement across the country? If, God forbid, something happens in a county or a neighborhood that police have to respond to, how do you get that training to everybody and show them those results that you were part of these the different investigations and really thinking? How do you get that really all the way out there so that they could be the best at what they can be when they get there?
Well, professional agencies train and they train and they train and they reinforce. It's not a normal human reaction to rush into gunfire. You have to train to push yourself into that. No one wants to be injured. But you call law enforcement officers and you expect us to stand in the gap between good and evil. And we will, and we do every day. But understand that one gun on campus is better than none, two's better than one, and three's better than two. And that's what we have to work toward. We have to have a universal understanding, but there has to be resources and equipment and training. And traditionally, when you get to your smaller agencies, they just can't afford the training and the resources. But some of it is as simple as getting the schools on board just to lock the dadgum doors and keep them locked and have single points of entry. So we have to have multiple layers, because the last best chance is to stop them in the parking lot before they get into the school. But we want to identify them long before they ever show up at the school and stop them.
Absolutely, absolutely. And lastly, on this subject, as we wait to hear more from this investigation, but at this moment, when you hear the reports there of the police there that were just holding out in the hallways there and outside, and hearing the cries for parents that were outside pleading with them to try to do something, can you maybe just describe, if, God forbid, a tragedy like this happened in Polk County, and what the response would be from law enforcement there at that critical time?
Certainly, we train and we train and we train, and we expect our law enforcement officers to go in. And that's what they would do. For example, in Polk County, if the shooting happened inside a city instead of the unincorporated area, we would all be dispatched to back up that police department. Not just me, but other law enforcement agencies. I've got over 1,000 deputies that work with me, but we would charge in and deal with that. If the agency that called for our assistance wasn't following best practices, wasn't charging in, then as the elected sheriff of the county, the constitutional officer of the state, I would take over and rush in and do what's right. I don't think that would be necessary in our county. We train together. We meet together. We do all of this safety training together, because we recognize how important it is to keep not only our children safe, but our business safe as well. So at the end of the day, it's going to take us all working together. First and foremost, help us find the person long before they show up. If you see something, hear something, say something, we'll go and do an intervention. If it's no big deal, it's no harm, no foul, but it's the opportunity. But we will rush in. We will rush in and shoot them so much you can read the New York Times through them. If they're threatening us, our children, or anyone with a firearm, that's just a guarantee.
And I think, as you say that, that's what a lot of people would hope if their child was inside of a classroom where somebody was trying to do definitely a lot of harm. All right. Sheriff, I want to also maybe just talk about, while we have this time together, because we feature so many of your news conferences here on Live Now from Fox. Because every time you come out, there is always, a big story happening there in Polk County, but you have a way of doing a news conference that gets a lot of people continuing to watch. We always show it from beginning to end, and you really see that constant number of people continuing to see what you're going to say next. So maybe can you describe some of the way you approach a news conference and really get that attention, not only from the media, but from people in the public?
Certainly, it's my duty and responsibility to report to the people that I work for, and that's the community that I love, what we're doing and how we're keeping them safe. So I like to have a conversation as if we're sitting on their back porch with a cold glass of iced tea, or maybe even a beer on Saturday afternoon. So I just discuss it with them and talk with them like I'm talking to my new best friend. At the end of the day, it's just communicating and letting people know the truth. And when we have a breaking event, I tell all the news media and we put it out on social media. Look, this is the accurate information as we understand it now. It's all subject to change because the initial information that we all hear is never going to be accurate. So at the end of the day, it's just my desire to want to keep my community informed, because with trust comes the community trusting you back. We're able to reduce crime, and it's working. Our crime rate here in this county is at a 50-year low. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that really, really is. And you continue to do great work there in Polk County, and it really shows not only the way that you do these news conferences, but like you just said, with the number of crime that is down. So Sheriff Grady Judd out of Polk County, thank you so much for giving us insight, not only on the terrible school shooting, but the investigation as well, and just really talking candidly as a police enforcement official.
And thank you so much to Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd for that interview. And now we want to take you out live to the memorial site of Uvalde. You can see people are there paying their respects to the victims. We know that those are 21 victims, the 19 young students and the 2 teachers who tried to save their students. We know that today, one of those teachers, Irma Garcia, was laid to rest. Her husband was also laid to rest. We know that shortly after she died, a couple days later, he unfortunately died as well. Now we want to take you to a town hall that was held earlier today. It was a town hall by Beto O'Rourke that was held in Dallas. He spoke a lot on gun control. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Park the car, and then we're going to find a place in the auditorium. So Molly gets out of the car, and Amy immediately turns to me and she said, "You have the flowers, right?" And I look at her, and so she gets out to go secure a place. I drive to Albertsons. I can't figure out which bouquet to get. I get 2, and drive back, and I get there just in time, and we get to see her graduate and complete middle school. And as she's walking across the stage, any of you who have watched your child or grandchild do this, you know exactly how this feels. I mean, you just cannot help it. There are tears welling up inside of you. You are so damn proud of what this girl has done over the last 13, almost 14 years of her life. The effort, the work, the fact that she's on the all-A honor roll, I mean, I'm just welling with pride for little Molly. I felt something similar today. I was already in Dallas, and Amy sent me a video of our youngest who's just about to complete elementary school. He's on his last days of 5th grade, and it's field day at Mesita Elementary, same elementary school I went to. And it's a video of Henry rounding the lap as part of his relay team. And he's racing against other kids, and again, just super proud. And the last person I saw before I jumped in Cynthia's truck as we made our way to the airport this morning was my oldest, Ulysses, who's just completing his freshman year of high school. And he just come back from a run. He gets up super early, runs before school, and then goes to his classes. He wants to be the best cross-country runner in the state of Texas, and he's working so hard to get this done. Now, I say this, why am I bragging on my kids and telling you their names and drawing them to everybody's attention right now? There's no one that I love more in the world than those 3 human beings. They are everything to me. They make my life make sense. I understand why I am on this planet in the first place when I am with them. And I say that because I want us all to draw to mind how we feel about our kids and our grandkids. Or if you don't have kids and grandkids, how you know your parents felt about you. Because when last week I was in Uvalde and I was meeting on this day a week ago with parents who had lost that person that they love most in the world. It gives them their purpose in their lives. To see the look in their face, the fact that their focus was far beyond even this earth when I looked into their eyes. The pain, the grief, the suffering, the absolute disbelief. There is no way this can be real. I heard more than one parent say to me. I think this moment calls for us to try to imagine, because we all say, I cannot even imagine what that would feel like. Please try to imagine what that would feel like for 19 different families to lose that little boy or that little girl that was their everything, with just one more day of school left for them in their school year. The great things that were left undone in their lives that they were surely to accomplish. One of those little girls, Alithia, who was shot in that classroom in Uvalde last week. I was invited to her home by her parents, Jess and Ryan. And Jess, her mom, said, there's 2 things really, Beto, that I want from you, that I want from the world right now. One, I want you to know that my daughter existed. And I want you to know that she was beautiful. She was always happy. And she was an incredibly talented artist. And she pointed to the drawings and the paintings that were up all over the kitchen, that were in the living room as well. The paintings and drawings that had been copied faithfully by Alithia's 5-year-old daughter, sister, Akila, who wanted to be her sister when she grew up. And so if Alithia had drawn a horse, there was an imperfect copy of that from Akila right underneath it, right there. She really was incredibly talented and gifted. And she was so young. Her balloons from her 10th birthday party were still clinging to the ceiling in the kitchen where we were sitting and talking about her life. So remember that name, Alithia. I've never heard it before last Wednesday. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. I hope we never forget it for the rest of our lives. Let her live on through us. That's one thing that her mom asked. The second thing is, she said, I don't want any mother to ever feel the way that I do right now. And she didn't have a prescription of policies that she wanted to lay on me. She wasn't looking for any from me at that moment. She was just telling me what she wanted and what she expected of us, of all of us, her neighbors here in the great state of Texas. And I thought about that too, and I thought about that accountability that's now on me, that's now on all of us to fulfill her wishes. To make sure that we always remember Alithia, and we're going to do everything in our power to prevent another mother from feeling exactly the way that Jess feels this moment, just a week from when her daughter was killed, just days from when they will put her in the ground this weekend. There are people here among us who have lost their children. And your kids' names might not have made it in the newspaper. I might not know them. I may not know you. We lose so many children in this country, and especially in this state, to gun violence. It has become so numbingly common. Sometimes it does not make the 5 o'clock news. Sometimes you don't see that kid's name in print in the Dallas Morning News or the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Sometimes that kid is only known to their parents and their close friends at school, and once they move on, so does that child's memory. But you're here right now, and I want to thank you for being here, because you're here knowing full well there's nothing that's going to bring back that daughter or that son to you. But you're here right now because you also want to make sure this never happens to another parent, and you're here to find out and commit yourself to doing whatever it takes within your power and within our power collectively to get that done. You all are my heroes for joining us here tonight, and I'm grateful to you. And I want to thank you. Now, if there's no one I love more than my kids, there's no one whose judgment I fear more than my kids. You all know what I mean if you got kids or grandkids, right? And sooner or later, they're going to ask each one of us, because our kids are our conscience, what did you do? Now, Dad, you knew this stuff was going on. I mean, I read all about it. There were 21 school shootings in the state of Texas in the year 2022 thus far on the first day of June. Hundreds of kids have died just in this very community over the last years, while we treat it as a natural disaster or an unfortunate storm that has passed through our community, as though we are powerless to do anything to stop it. Dad, what did you do about it? Was it politically inconvenient to say the truth? Was it too hard to bring people together to find the common ground and start solving some of these problems before another kid died? Was there too much money and political points to be scored on the other side of this debate, so you just decided that you weren't going to take it on? The choice that we make right now as a state, each of us individually, is going to define us and potentially haunt us for the rest of our lives. And I'm asking us to think about that choice right now. And I'm also asking you to think about the choices that those who represent you in positions of power and public trust have made, and have made on your behalf. I'll give you one example. Like you, as soon as I heard that there was a shooting in Uvalde and that potentially children were killed, maybe a school teacher as well, I wanted to know everything I could about what had happened. And I tuned in to a press conference given by our governor, who was just outside of Abilene, Texas, in Taylor County. And if you've seen the tape of the press conference, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, you should watch it. At that point, he only knew that 14 children had been killed and one teacher. And he gave the description of that shooting as though perhaps he was giving the weather forecast for the state of Texas. Without passion, without any resonance, without it affecting him in the slightest, as far as I could tell. And then here was the choice. After he reported out to the state what had happened, here was the choice. He had a fundraiser scheduled that night in Walker County, which was about 300 miles to the east and to the south. And he had the people of Uvalde just directly south, 240 miles, a shorter distance, who were just beginning to grieve. The bodies hadn't all the way been counted. Not all the deaths had been reported. That was the choice. Go to the fundraiser or go to where these families need that help right now. As you know from reading the news, he chose the fundraiser. He drove 300 miles to count dollars while they were still counting bodies in that community. Now, it's not just that night, and let me make this clear. Because we have some choices to make, and we're all owed the information so that we make intelligent ones. It's not just what he chose to do on the night of this horrific massacre. It's the choices that he's made for the last 7 years that he's been the governor of our state. So in that time, there have been 6 major mass shootings in the state of Texas. After every one of them, he holds a press conference. He talks about our thoughts and prayers. He describes it as evil, which it may be. I mean, that sounds right to me, but when you leave it at evil, I mean, can I control evil? That's up to God and the devil. That's out of my hands. Maybe it's mental health, maybe it's video games, maybe it's doors, maybe there's not enough prayer in our school. Anything but what could actually have caused the problem. But always he promises there's going to be some action. Thoughts and prayers aren't enough this time, and then the next time, and then the next time, and then the next time, and then the next. I mentioned that there have been 21 school shootings so far this year. Since Greg Abbott has been governor, the average number of kids killed by gunfire in the state of Texas has doubled in the state of Texas. You know, the judge mentioned how much easier it is to purchase a firearm, including an AR-15 that was designed for use on a battlefield, than to do so many of the other things that we take for granted in this state. So on his watch, he has chosen to make it not harder, but easier for people to purchase a firearm. Last year, he bragged, with the NRA right by his side, that he defied the police and law enforcement in the state of Texas, who begged him not to sign permitless carry into law, and did it anyhow, allowing anyone, including violent felons, to carry guns on our streets. In a state where more cops have been gunned down than in any other. And predictably, gun violence has spiked through the roof. Because those cops said, Mr. Governor, in the last 5 years, 38,000 licenses to carry a firearm were denied in the state because we deemed the applicant too dangerous to themselves or to others in their lives to carry a gun. And if you sign this, all 38,000 are going to be armed and loaded on our streets, as will the tens of thousands who knew better than to ever apply for a license to carry because they never would have passed the background check. They're all armed and loaded on our streets as well. Not only did he not take action to save the lives of our kids, he took action to make it more certain that we would lose the lives of our kids going forward. And it's not just when it comes to guns. Because if we're going to talk about the children of this state, if we are going to assert that we are truly pro-life for all the lives of the children in our state, then we must look at all of the ways that this governor has let down our kids. You know that we're the least insured state in the United States of America. What that means is that there are more kids going without life-saving access to a doctor or a mental health care provider or prescription medication than any other state in the union. More kids die of diabetes in the state of Texas than in any other state in this country right now. I heard the governor talk about mental health care. Ladies and gentlemen, we rank 50th in access in mental health care in the United States of America right now. The largest provider of mental health care services is the county jail system in the state of Texas. Largest inpatient provider, if somebody needs to spend some time overnight, it's the Harris County Jail in downtown Houston, Texas. There are people with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder and clinical depression who will get arrested on purpose in this state to be taken to the one place they are guaranteed any kind of care, unless anyone labor under the illusion that this is a matter of dollars. This is the 9th largest economy on the planet, the state of Texas. We have a GDP of $2 trillion, a biannual budget of $250 billion for the state of Texas. It is not for lack of resources. It is for lack of political will and leadership for those who need it most. And lastly, listen to this. You wonder why the governor is hell-bent on pursuing the parents of transgender kids, right? Like, where did this come from all of a sudden? Of all the things that we face in this state, why is this your priority? Why did you call a special session, literally, folks, last year to determine which kids can play which middle school athletics. I guess that was the biggest problem in the state of Texas. Forgive me for not knowing. It may have had something to do that he wanted us to fight over this. He wanted us to distract the rest of the state. He wanted to pick on literally the most vulnerable children among us who are navigating one of the toughest things that I can imagine a child going through, with parents who love the heck out of these kiddos, trying to help them along the way, because Child Protective Services, also known as CPS, which he is in charge of, since the year 2020 has lost 100 children's lives in the custody and care of the state of Texas. There's this great federal judge named Judge Jack.
Beto, why do you fantasize about killing children?
I'm happy to give you the microphone, actually.
Beto, why are you using this? Beto, you're using it. You're exploiting these children. Beto's exploiting these children. Look at him right here.
It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Sir. All right. And let me just make this clear. I'm gonna make a few more comments, and then we are gonna turn this microphone that I'm holding over to you. And even if, and maybe especially if, you disagree with me, or you have a different point of view, or you come to a different conclusion on any of the issues that I've talked about, I want to hear from you. My job as your governor is to make sure that I represent and serve all of us. And I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican or independent. No me importa. You're a Texan, and I want to make sure that I have the chance to hear from you and work with you. But we're talking about CPS. And these kids in the foster care system, 32,000 of them, some of them will spend tonight sleeping in CPS offices, on top of, underneath the desks, in the hallways. Some of them who have been trafficked and rescued, or so they thought, were turned over to privatized providers by CPS under Abbott, and then allegedly trafficked or their images sold to child pornographers, again, in the custody and care of the state of Texas. There's a federal judge named Judge Jack, who 6 years ago said, hey, people of Texas, and especially you, Greg Abbott, the kids who emerge from this foster care system are more damaged than when they enter. We've got to do something about it. And she highlighted all of these problems. Well, in January this year, she issued another opinion, and she said, this situation, which I have just described, has gone from bad to worse. 100 kids died since the year 2020 in our care. It wasn't somebody else's problem. They belong to us through our governor right here in the state of Texas. So whether it's the health care that could have saved their lives that they went without and died, whether it's those within CPS care in the foster care system, whether it's the victims of gun violence throughout the state of Texas, it is directly a result of the choices that one man has made. But ultimately, and I hope you agree, that choice comes down to us. Because as I mentioned, that is a position of public trust. It does not belong to any one person or any one political party. It belongs to all of us. And we have a choice to make, as the congressman just shared earlier, on who's going to hold that position and what they will do with it over the next 4 years. So let me end with this, and then I want to listen to you. Here's how we help instead of hurt the children of Texas. When it comes to CPS, there needs to be oversight, there needs to be accountability. We must hire more CPS caseworkers because the load on those that remain is literally unbearable right now. There's got to be accountability when any child is harmed or we lose the life of any of our precious little ones, especially when they are in our custody and care. As one of the foster parents told me, we also have to foster the family and not just the child. It means making sure that mental health care is available to these families who are doing without right now. We've got to work to place kids, when appropriate, with family members and make it easier for a grandmother or their aunt or uncle to be able to foster after we've done our due diligence and our vetting. We've got to look out for those kids. They're last on the mind of those in power right now. They must have a place of priority in this next administration. When it comes to health care, this one is really a no-brainer. We are one of the last states in the nation to fail to expand Medicaid. And folks, we came up with the program. Lyndon Baines Johnson signed it into law in the summer of 1965. That $10 billion that we are rejecting every single year, that's your federal tax dollars that are sitting up there in Washington and now going to another state. Our neighbors in Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, 3 with Republican governors, have all expanded that. If we were to do that in the state of Texas, we would connect more kids to that care that's going to save their lives. And as governor, I'm going to make that a priority as well. And then, do we need to look at how we make our schools even safer? Absolutely. And I want to listen to teachers and to parents and to counselors and to librarians and to nurses and to administrators. They're going to be able to tell us what they need in their schools. And let's make sure that we're listening. Are there challenges with mental health in the state? Absolutely. You heard me, we're 50th in the nation. We have to, we must do better. And in addition to expanding Medicaid, that's a great start, but it is not enough. As governor, I'm going to pursue first in the nation from 50th in mental health care access so that we're all well enough to live to our full potential and to fulfill our promise. But though those in power will do everything in their power to deny this next subject, it is on us to make sure that we bring it up and we stand up to be counted to do the right thing when it comes to gun violence in our communities. And you cannot address gun violence without addressing guns. So, I have traveled the state of Texas. I don't know if you've heard me say this, but I've been to each of the 254 counties of the state of Texas. I talk to people who agree with me. I listen to people who vigorously disagree with me, including on this issue. And here's where I find some common ground. And this is the place where I intend to start as governor. Number one, if you want to purchase a firearm in Texas, that's fine. You should just go through a background check so that we know a little bit about you. If you're going to harm yourself, if you're going to harm somebody in your life, if you're going to harm somebody in my life, I want to know about that before you try to purchase that gun. Now, in Midland, Odessa in 2019, guy walked into a federally licensed firearms dealer and tried to buy an AR-15. Didn't pass a background check because a federally licensed dealer is required to go through one. But we don't have universal background checks in Texas, so he was able to buy the very same weapon out of the trunk of a private seller in that community. He then turned around and used that weapon on the people of Midland, Odessa, killed 7 of them before being killed himself. Now, universal background checks could have stopped that tragedy. Safe storage laws. How did I learn about that? Well, when I went to Santa Fe, Texas, in Galveston County, to meet the parents of those who lost their children in the Santa Fe high school shooting, one of those moms, Rhonda Hart, who's become an all-time friend and hero to me, she said, Beto, I propose, after losing my daughter in this shooting, that we have a safe storage law. Now, the woman who proposed it, Rhonda, Army veteran, gun owner, lifelong Texan, she's one of us, and she says, listen, if you have kids in the house, if you have someone who is unstable and may harm themselves or harm somebody else, all this law would require is that you keep that firearm secured. So they can't take it out of the house as that 17-year-old did in Santa Fe and walk into that school and kill those people as they did my daughter. So safe storage law seems to make sense. Red flag laws or extreme risk protection orders. This is when somebody is saying, hey, I want to shoot up my school. Or hey, I want to kill my girlfriend. Or hey, I want to do something to myself. When they start saying that, or writing that down in a journal, or doodling it on the edge of their homework in their classroom, when you have a red flag law on the book, you can intervene. And you can retrieve that gun from that person through due process before they use it to harm someone. Now, when the shooter left North Texas in Allen and drove to El Paso in August of 2019, before he left, and after he ordered online an AK-47, another weapon originally designed to kill people on a battlefield. It's high impact, high velocity round, just shreds to pieces everything inside of your system so you bleed out before we can save your life and get you back on your feet. When he ordered that, his mom called the police. I don't know what's going on. Why is my son buying a military grade weapon? And the police, as is the law at the time, and as is the law right now, they said, ma'am, I'm sorry. There is nothing that we can do about it. He drove that weapon 600 miles, walked into that Walmart, and slaughtered 23 people on the Saturday before school started in August of 2019 in my hometown. As the judge said, he said that he came to El Paso to kill people to repel the Hispanic invasion of Texas. If we had a red flag law, when his mom called the cops and said, hey, my son is acting strange, he bought this weapon, I think we need to do something, there would have been a legal path to intervene and perhaps stop that massacre. Someone right here just said that's common sense. And then lastly, I keep mentioning these weapons of war, these AR-15s, these AK-47s. I remember after the Parkland shooting, I was in Wichita Falls, and there was a Vietnam-era veteran who approached me, and he said, that guy in Parkland was hunting those kids with more firepower than I had in the jungles of Vietnam in the late 1960s. He said, something is wrong with this, Beto, when we are selling weapons of war to civilians. And then act surprised when those weapons are used to kill people, because that's exactly what they were designed to do. I don't think we should have AR-15s and AK-47s in our lives, in our communities. Leave that stuff on the battlefield. That's where it belongs. Those are the choices before us. We're talking about choices that we have as a state. Choice about who's going to lead this state. Choices about the agenda that we'll pursue. Choices about who is important. Is it our donors and our contributors and the political points that we can score, or is it the children of the state of Texas? I think President Company agrees it's the children. And here's why I'm hopeful and optimistic, even within the shadow of such devastation and death that we all witnessed this past week. First is that you're here. You could be doing anything right now with anyone. But you joined your neighbors and complete strangers, Democrats, Republicans, independents alike, to come together to do something better for the people of your community, of your family, and of this state. And that is encouraging. But there is another choice that I'm going to ask you to make right now. As the Congresswoman said earlier, I'm not going to win this election on my own. Democratic Party is not going to make it happen. God bless them. This one is going to be on all of us. And it does not mean all of us in this room. We also are insufficient to the task. It is all of us in the state of Texas. In 2020, most important presidential election since 1864, in my opinion, 7 million eligible Texans did not cast a ballot. In Dallas County, 400,000 people who had the right to vote, were eligible, in many cases were registered, did not cast a ballot. Since then, 100,000 new registrants on the rolls. That's 500,000 people just in this county. 500,000 people just in this county who have not participated in an election yet, but are eligible to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, I lost to Ted Cruz by 216,000 votes in 2008. There are 500,000 votes here in this county that we can bring in if we will get on the doors. We'll have conversations with complete strangers about important issues just like this one. Imagine how awkward and uncomfortable that's going to be. Imagine how hard it's going to be when it's July and it's 102 degrees out and it is humid, and the last thing that you want to do is be outside having this conversation with a complete stranger. Some of these are going to be tough. Hey, I don't want to hear from you. Slam the door in your face. Some of these are going to be heartbreaking. Let me tell you about losing my dad, who had PTSD, couldn't get into the VA for an appointment, and ended up taking his life. I've been there for those kinds of conversations. And some of them are going to be absolutely transformative. They're going to be connecting with people who did not know how to vote, or what the reason to vote was, or were never invited to participate in our elections. That's the number one reason given by the 7 million who didn't vote for not voting. No one ever asked them to. So if you're willing to get out in that hot sun, if you want to have those conversations, if you want to take on the toughest job I can imagine right now, I want you in this campaign, knocking on doors, being with the people who are going to decide the outcome of this next election. That's how we're going to save the lives of the children of Texas. We're going to do this together. Are you all with me? All right, I'm with you. And Cynthia, where are our people with the clipboards? So back under the hoop, there are people waving their hands. I just see 2, now I see 3, 4, 5, or 6. They have clipboards, and they've got yellow vests on. If you're willing to knock on doors, we have 7 block walking canvases already set up and scheduled. These are ready to go. We're just waiting for the people to join us. So please get your name on that clipboard. It's the only way we overcome the things that challenge us. It's the only way we achieve the things that we want to do for our kids. It's the only.
All right, so that was Beto O'Rourke at his town hall earlier today in Dallas. He spoke on gun control and gun reform. Obviously, this is after the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 21 innocent people dead. You might have noticed that during this town hall, he was interrupted. We want to show you a clip of that again. Again, Beto O'Rourke is running for the governor of Texas, and we just want to mention that during one of the press conferences on the shooting last week, he interrupted Governor Abbott. And this particular interruption tonight might have something to do with that situation last week.
Children's lives in the custody and care of the state of Texas. There's this great federal judge
Hey, Beto,
named
why do you
Judge
fantasize?
Depp.
Beto, why do you fantasize about killing children? Beto, why do you fantasize about killing children? Beto, why are you using this? Beto, you're using it. You're exploiting these children. You're exploiting. Beto's exploiting these children. Look at him right here.
It's all right. Okay, it's all right. It's all right. Certainly. All right. And let me just make this clear. I'm gonna make a few more comments, and then we are gonna turn this microphone that I'm holding over to you. And even if, and maybe especially if, you disagree with me, or you have a different point of view, or you come to a different conclusion on any of the issues that I've talked about, I want to hear from you. My job as your governor is to make sure that I represent and serve all of us. And I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, no me importa. You're a Texan, and I want to make sure that I have the chance to hear from you and work with you. But we're talking about CPS. And these kids in the foster care system, 32,000 of them. Some of them will spend tonight sleeping in CPS offices.
So as you saw there, that individual who interrupted the town hall was taken out, was escorted out of what appears to be a school auditorium. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up, we'll update you on the latest regarding the Johnny Depp defamation trial and what happened at the end of this trial. That's up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. After a 6-week trial, the Johnny Depp defamation trial has come to an end. A jury has sided with Depp, awarding him more than $10 million in damages, but they also awarded his ex-wife, Amber Heard, $2 million. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin with more.
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes.
The jury has ruled in favor of Johnny Depp in his $50 million libel lawsuit against Amber Heard, awarding Depp a total of $15 million in damages. The judge later reduced $5 million of that to $350,000.
Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven, by clear and convincing evidence, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice? Answer, yes.
The 7-person civil jury found in favor of Amber Heard on one count of her $100 million counterclaim, awarding her $2 million. Unanimous decisions on the third day of deliberations. Heard was in court for the verdict. A source close to Depp says due to previously scheduled work commitments, Depp was not present and in the UK.
We ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back.
This concludes over 6 weeks of closely watched high-profile courtroom drama, with a court of public opinion simultaneously alongside it. During the trial, both sides presented accusations of assault. Heard testified Depp physically and sexually assaulted her on multiple occasions. Depp denied the claims and said Heard was the abuser in the relationship.
She wrote in this article.
At the center of this trial was a 2018 Washington Post op-ed in which Heard described herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. While Depp's name isn't mentioned, his attorneys claimed it was a clear reference to him. Attorneys made statements directly following the outcome of the case.
Now that the jury has reached its conclusive verdict, it's time to turn the page and look to the future.
The actors have accused each other of destroying their careers. Both sides have said they want their lives back. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Meantime, this is a live look at the Superdome in New Orleans. You could see it's lit up in the colors of the rainbow. June 1st kicks off Gay Pride Month, and cities across the country are holding festivities today and, of course, throughout the month to celebrate the inclusion of the LGBTQ community. Our station in New York, Fox 5, has more.
I call it pride, a deep love, pride.
Pride Month kicking off in Kew Gardens, Queens. For the second year in a row, 2 pride flags are flying proudly for all to see at Borough Hall.
P-R-I-D-E, pride. Let's give it up.
Queens is pride, simple as that.
Come every June, hoisting rainbow flags is a labor of love, especially for those who call this community home.
Pride is a celebration. Pride is a march for our rights. Pride is visibility.
I'm super excited about it, and it's just to see all the faces.
But Pride takes on an even more significant meaning this year. Organizations are aiming to be more inclusive and open their eyes to inequalities highlighted by the pandemic and the Black Lives Matter movement.
I think Pride is an opportunity to stand with people when they can't stand for themselves.
After 2 years of cancellations, downsizing, and even going virtual due to COVID-19, hundreds of celebrations are once again hitting the streets in full force, including the highly anticipated New York City Pride March. But if you can't make it there, many more in-person gatherings are scheduled all month long.
What you can look forward to is Youth Pride at Central Park Summer Stage this year. We're coming back fully with our street festival, Pride Fest, so that's going to be happening.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of Queens Pride, and what better way to celebrate than with a parade along 37th Avenue in Jackson Heights. Around 50,000 people are expected to attend. Reporting in Kew Gardens, Briella Tomasetti, Fox 5 News.
And I call it pride.
All right, and that's a beautiful live look at the skyline of New York City. Again, that was just a story by our Fox 5 New York station on the city celebrating Pride Month, which is obviously the month of June. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have many more headlines for you here after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The month of June also is, it marks the start of the hurricane season, and officials in New Orleans are announcing ways that people there, residents of New Orleans, should get ready for the hurricane season. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Safe and your family safe, especially after the storm if you decide to stay. We've been losing people due to heat and carbon monoxide poisoning due to improper generator use. We just want to make sure you're prepared now to handle those situations. Lastly, we here at the National Weather Service will always be here to support the city of New Orleans and all of Southeast Louisiana and Southern Mississippi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. You're going to now hear from Colin Arnold, who is our Director of Homeland Security. In Colin's remarks, you will also take note of some lessons learned from Ida and how the city has incorporated things that we stood up during Ida, like the cooling centers and the like. But you will also hear other areas that we've made improvements based on lessons learned. This will always be a part of how we make progress in the city of New Orleans. Colin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning. Today, as the mayor mentioned, local, state, and federal partners briefed the mayor on preparations for the 2022 hurricane season and the city's readiness. As we know from Lauren Nash just now, this is the 7th consecutive above-average hurricane season that we have been forecasted over these years. And as Laura mentioned, it only takes one storm, and we know that. We're very concerned over what we've seen over the past couple of years with rapidly intensifying storms, particularly those storms that form in the Gulf of Mexico and near the Yucatan Peninsula. It seems to be that these are becoming the norm, and moving forward, we are synchronizing with our local, state, and federal officials like never before. As the mayor mentioned, we had over almost 60 agencies briefing the mayor this morning, both in person and virtually, over 2 hours of briefings. The Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness remains committed to coordinating the city's response should a storm come our way. You'll be hearing a lot from our partners today, but I want to talk about some of the things, as the mayor mentioned, are lessons learned from Hurricane Ida. We have formalized the cooling center concept as emergency resource centers, ERCs. These can be used for any event, but obviously we found them extraordinarily useful, the 8 cooling centers we had for Hurricane Ida. We've been working with Entergy, the Power Through program, just tremendous work. We're going to double the amount of city facilities, particularly rec centers and libraries, that are going to be able to accept emergency power. That will be completed by mid-July. They're working very hard on that right now. Proud to say that Sanchez Center is getting installed right now and is one of our target rec centers or community centers for this to have, and among others around the city, to have this availability. They're also installing this capability on the entire Morial Convention Center, which we think is a game changer, for the future, for looking at what types of storms we're facing. With that, we've worked with the CEO of Nordsea, Larry Barabino, tremendous partner, to train almost 60 of their personnel on shelter operation and shelter management through the Red Cross. And so what that means is we want to build our capacity to shelter, particularly post-storm, and I want to make that clear, that what we saw after Ida was people coming back from state sheltering when they had the opportunity to go. When they came back, there were challenges, and we want to make sure that we're addressing that to the best of our ability by having our own in-house homegrown sheltering capacity that we can provide to give us a jump start on getting more of those resources from the Red Cross and other places that are the experts at sheltering. But we want to be, excuse me, we want to be experts ourselves. Another lesson learned is just situational awareness, particularly when it comes to weather. I'm extremely excited to have Ed Mansouri here, who's the CEO of WeatherStem. We've installed 16 of 20 at this point, and we've got another installation package coming together here within a week or so of weather stations, very dynamic, precision weather stations that have been installed around the city over the past 5 months. We've created a website called weatherwise.nola.gov. It's live right now, weatherwise.nola.gov. Check it out. I think for our media partners, particularly in the weather field, this is going to be an incredible asset to us. There's a lot of information there, but also for the public. This is going to give you neighborhood by neighborhood real-time weather information through whatever we face, whether it be a hurricane, an afternoon rainstorm, or when we have blue skies. You're going to be able to see that weather visually, graphically, archive data. And they're also about learning. STEM is in the name. Excuse me. STEM is in the name. There's a lot of lessons and webinars and different things on their website that you can link to through weatherwise.nola.gov that is going to show you this is all about education and awareness. A community is safer when they're aware. And that's what we're trying to do here. So visit that weatherwise.nola.gov. I mentioned the energy power back. That's huge for us. And we're excited to have now going from 8 facilities to 16 facilities total that will have emergency backup power. We've worked with the health department, the mayor, our city council on the living facility ordinance. And look, this is a work in progress. And it's not near perfect yet, but what we're doing is communicating. And I think that that's the key to avoiding some of the things we saw during Ida, particularly with our vulnerable and elderly population. And we do not want to see that again. We do not want to see heat-related illness take the life of one of our elders because we didn't know where they were, we didn't know. And so now we are going to know. We're going to communicate with these facilities. We're up to about 70 now. We just want to know what their status is, particularly if we have a situation like Ida with a long-term power outage. We want to know what their condition is. It may not mean that we have to evacuate. It may mean that we just need to go and put our eyes on them, give them some support, give them food, water, ice, whatever they need to get through those days, that period until we get power back. And that's as simple as it is. And so working within that ordinance, we're really demanding the communication with these facilities, and we're assessing their needs and what their capabilities are. Some of these places have generators, some of them don't. Some of them have emergency plans that are pretty operational. Some, they need some work, and we're going to help them with that. But that's the goal, is the communication. Remember, as the mayor said, you need to get connected, make a plan, and gather supplies. Those are the three basic things. You need an evacuation plan that includes any special needs, includes your pets. You need to gather supplies, whether you have to have a go bag if we need to leave, or a home kit if you plan on sheltering in place. Review your insurance policies, your flood insurance, make sure you're covered. And always, 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 you can connect with us at NOLA Ready on social media, ready.nola.gov, text NOLA Ready to 77295. We've got almost 300,000 of our residents who have opted in to NOLA Ready. That's incredible. The population is less than 400,000. That tells you how meaningful, we feel that our purpose is with NOLA Ready to try and communicate with people. So this hurricane season is no different than what we have faced in years past, and this is a very strong community, and I'm very proud of this community for what we've gone through, both with COVID and hurricanes and everything else. So, talk to your neighbors, talk to your family members, talk to the people in your houses of worship about hurricane preparedness. Come and see us at ready.nola.gov, and we will provide a hurricane preparedness presentation for you. Volunteer with us if you want. You can do that on the website, and continue to take care of one another in this great, great city.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colin. And I'm going to turn to Chief Roman Nelson of our fire department. Chief.
Thank you, man. Good morning, everyone. The fire department stands ready this hurricane season for whatever is needed. As normal, we are ready to assist with evacuations, water rescues, whatever else is needed. But the theme of the day, as we talk about how the city is prepared, we also want to talk about how you can be prepared in the public to be safe in the case of a hurricane. So as you're doing your preparations, I want to remind you some things. As we've already talked about, generators were a big issue last year during hurricanes. So for those of you that got new generators last year or getting generators in preparation for hurricane season this year, just some things to remember. Make sure that they've been serviced, right? Just like a car, they need the oil change, they need servicing. So if your generator hasn't been serviced since last year, get it serviced now that we're coming into hurricane season. If you have a portable generator and you haven't used it before, think about where you're going to place it on your property. Think about how you're going to power the appliances in your home. Make sure you have the proper extension cords or have a transfer switch installed so that you're not trying to backfeed power or patch it into the panel that causes problems for everyone and risks burning your house down and possibly killing our responders when they come out to repair those lines. So think about those things with your generators. Another thing is have a fire extinguisher ready. If you have a generator in your home, make sure you have a fire extinguisher on standby just in case something happens. And also definitely make sure you have a carbon monoxide detector in your home. If you don't have one and your house is all electric, but you have a portable generator, make sure you get a carbon monoxide detector and put it near the closest entrance to where that generator is going to be positioned outside to make sure you keep your family safe. Smoke alarms, right? If you didn't change your clock and change your battery like we remind everyone to do every year, make sure you get some 9-volt batteries when you're out doing your preparations. Change those batteries in your smoke alarm. If the power goes out, then your smoke alarm is going to run off those batteries, so you want to make sure it's functional to give your family that extra level of protection. If you don't have smoke alarms or you aren't sure of your smoke alarms, as we always talk about, the New Orleans Fire Department will come and install smoke alarms free of charge in your home. We also have smoke alarms that are designed for the deaf and hard of hearing. So just give us a call, 504-658-4714, 504-658-4714, or you can go to our website as always, nola.gov/NOFD.
10-year battery.
Yes, ma'am. 10-year lithium battery-powered smoke alarms. We pop them up. You don't have to worry about them for 10 years, and your family is safe. And one last thing I just want to touch on, as you're out doing your preparations, right? Candles, right? When you're out doing your preparations, don't get regular candles. Get LED candles, get battery-powered lighting. We see a lot of fires during storms when the power is out from those candles. So instead of getting regular candles, do your preparations now, get battery-powered, get LED candles if you like the flicker of the flame, but get something battery-powered that doesn't have a risk of that fire. Okay? So thank you, and everyone please be safe.
Thank you very much, Chief Nelson. I'm going to call on Chief Samaran. We're going to hear from Director Morris and followed by Chief Goodley with the New Orleans Police Department.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, everyone. New Orleans EMS stands ready for this hurricane season. Our mission during any storms is to continue responding to 911 medical emergencies as long as it's safe to do so, and assist in the evacuation of homebound, bedridden, and medically needy residents that need an ambulance to evacuate or to get somewhere. We work closely with the New Orleans Health Department on city special needs and encourage anyone with a medical special need to call 311 or go to ready.noaa.gov for more information. It's important that we know who you are and what you need in order for we can take care of you in a storm or any disaster or any emergency. So please call 311 or go to ready.noaa.gov and let us know who you are and know how to make a plan, build a kit, and stay informed, right? That's important. As we learned in previous storms and power outages, if you are on home oxygen or other electrically dependent medical device, please talk to your doctor or supplier on what to do during evacuation or extended loss of power. During Ida and other storms, we've had significant issues with those on home oxygen. They didn't expect to stay home that long without oxygen. The suppliers could not get to them. So make sure that you talk to your doctor, you talk to your supplier to make sure that in a storm you have extra supplies to take care of that in the future. Also know, just as Chief Nelson said about generator safety, we also had a lot of calls with carbon monoxide illness and just various from your house, and that you don't fall asleep and the carbon monoxide get to you at that point and make you sick or even kill you. So that's very important. It's critical that you have a plan and know what to do, where to go if told to leave, and to share those plans with your family, friends, and neighbors. You should also have essential disaster supplies on hand in case you need to evacuate or shelter in place. This is especially important for medicines, medical devices, or other life-sustaining medical supplies. Try to have a little bit of extra of everything. You don't have to buy a lot at one time, but just throughout the season, just make sure you have an extra couple of days or a couple of weeks of medicines, batteries for medical devices, just general batteries, general supplies. Make sure you have a little bit of extra of everything. Just build that stockpile in your house in case you need to shelter in place or evacuate. Very, very important. Please stay informed. When a storm threatens our area, you will obviously hear about it. So please listen and follow instructions. Please. As mentioned already, please make sure you go to ready.noaa.gov or call 311 if you need assistance or need more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Samaran. So, Chief Goodley, well, I'm going to have you, Tyrell, OPCD, Director Morris, and then we'll hear from Chief Goodley, New Orleans Police Department.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. So the 911 system at OPCD stands ready. The team, the building, the infrastructure has done its normal preparations to prepare for hurricane season. I did want to provide a couple updates to some infrastructure improvements we've made since Ida of last year. We all know last year during Hurricane Ida, we did have a 911 failure in the southern part of the state. It wasn't just Orleans Parish. But we've spoken with our partners at AT&T, and they've made some significant improvements to the infrastructure to ensure that it is resilient and redundant. As we all know, the infrastructure of 911 in Louisiana is over 50 years old. So I'm proud to announce that on June 24th, we will cut over to our new IP-based call routing system. It's an ESINet, E-S-I-net, stands for Emergency Services Internet Network. What that does is it punts our infrastructure into a cloud-based IP system that allows us to be more resilient, have more backup capability, and be more reliant in times of emergency. So as long as the cellular network as a whole remains intact, 911 should remain intact as well. Also, we know about 2 weeks ago we did experience about a 15-minute 911 failure in Orleans Parish because some equipment had malfunctioned. On June 24th as well, we will be upgrading and cutting over to our new call handling system inside of OPCD. That system is called Apex and is powered by a company called Carbine. It will revolutionize the 911 experience. It will bring us more multimedia, video, picture, speech to text. It also will allow us to really get location accuracy down to a 3 to 5 meter radius, which is going to change the game for us in getting people the help and meeting them where they are. Additionally, OPCD is working with the health department to transition everyone that was on the special needs registry to our new citywide platform called Smart 911. So we recommended all residents, no matter if you have a special need or not, to register for Smart 911. You can do that at NOLA.gov/Smart 911. create a household profile. What that does, it provides emergency managers in the health department critical information during an emergency so we can target our response and messaging to individuals that have vulnerabilities. But on your normal 911 call, if you have a smart 911 profile, when you call 911, that information is provided to the EMS providers in the fire department as they are en route to your emergency. So just on a clear sky day, we can share information better than we ever have before. So NOLA.gov/smart911. If you were on the special needs registry last year, expect a phone call from someone either at 311, Resilience Force, or the health department to ensure that we have your latest information. But again, the message today is to register for Smart 911 at NOLA.gov/smart911. Additionally, the first responder network also went down last year during Ida because we were reliant on some commercial cell towers. Through our partnership and closely working with our partners and city government officials, OPCD now owns our own mobile cell tower, so we can deploy it into the city should we need to, whenever we have a need. We're no longer reliant on another vendor or another third party to deploy those resources. We've acquired them, they've been tested, and they're ready to go. And so our public safety officials will be able to communicate in real time as if they do every day, but particularly in times of disaster. And finally, to echo everyone's message, there's a sense of personal responsibility here to prepare for emergencies. Heed the mayor's warnings and orders when they're issued. And finally, 911 is for life-threatening emergencies. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chief Goodley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you have heard from Mayor Cantrell and the public safety team thus far, we have a very good plan in place to help keep our city and its residents stay safe if a storm approaches. Our officers have their plans in place. Now we really need you to put the final details in order and have your plan ready should an evacuation or an emergency situation becomes necessary. As we have mentioned before, this should include considerations for joining resources with your extended family, neighbors, and friends to share responsibility for making sure everyone is safe. Make sure you filled out any prescriptions that you have and have an ample supply of medications that you will need to last for an extended period of time if you're away from home. Make sure you have important documents secured in the event that you have to make a quick evacuation. More importantly, we need you to be ready to leave if an evacuation is ordered. It is important to remember, in the event of a major storm, there may be a point where it becomes too dangerous, even for first responders, to answer calls for service for a short duration of time. In the event an evacuation is ordered, our officers will be working to make sure our citizens leave the area in a safe and orderly manner. We will also be out working with our partners with the Louisiana State Police and the National Guard in the event our evacuation becomes necessary. We will also be on active patrol and vigilant in our efforts with our anti-looting plans remain active. Neighborhood and business patrols will remain in place. Additional personnel will be added for patrols in the event of a likely power outage as well. Our boats and generators have been tested and are ready, and barricades have been strategically placed should we need to close any underpasses for rising water needs. Now, I know we say this every year, and you've heard it already before, but we need you to be prepared, and now is the time to finish those preparations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Goodley. I'm going to ask Dr. Avegno, and followed by Dr. Avegno, we're going to hear from Joe Threat. We're going to hear from Ghassan Corbin. We're moving through. We're moving through. It's important. Thank you, Dr. Avegno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, everyone. As you've heard, the Health Department has been very active over the off-season, preparing with all of our partners to make improvements and to continue to promote the health and safety of our residents, particularly our most vulnerable residents in disasters. Once again, our primary focus during any disaster will be to coordinate any medical interventions, medical special needs, oxygen exchanges, medical supply distributions, helping with the charging stations, et cetera. So we'll continue to do that. As Director Morris mentioned, we're very excited about the transition from the Special Needs Registry to Smart 911. This provides a lot of additional enhanced functionality and really integration into the 911 311 system that was lacking, and the ability to target responses and to really understand who is being affected and what they need. So again, if you have not made your Smart 911 profile, I made mine for my family yesterday. You can do it online, or you can call 311 if you don't have the capacity. If you are a family member of someone who is vulnerable, who may need help doing it themselves, please work with them, do it for them. Even if you are listening from out of state, you can make that profile for your family member if you feel like they might have challenges. We continue to work with our senior living facilities, now governed by the ordinance that, again, as Director Arnold said, is going to strengthen our understanding of the conditions on the ground for those who are more likely to have significant problems with either heat or weather-related disasters and that post-disaster. So we appreciate that as well. When you're making your preparations and you're making your plans, as everyone has mentioned, factor a few things in. Factor your pets into those plans, right? We know that for many folks, pets are family, and they don't want to leave or evacuate without them. So please have a plan, have a place to put your pet or a crate, whatever you need. Factor that in. Keep a supply of your medications as well as all of your chronic medical conditions, your physicians. And again, the more extra meds you have, the better if we have a prolonged outage. And please stay COVID ready. We are currently in a high level of transmission. We don't know what the summer and early fall is going to look like, but we should presume that we will continue to face the threat of COVID outbreaks. So that means keep a supply of masks, keep a supply of home tests in your go bag, make sure you are vaccinated and boosted to the full extent that you can, and that you're taking care of your vulnerable family members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Begno. And I'm going to bring up now Joe Threat, Deputy CEO of Infrastructure. We're going to get into the infrastructure arm of preparation.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I represent the infrastructure group. My staff is stood up and ready. We just had a meeting yesterday. Make sure all my essential personnel are ready to go. We're talking about sanitation, DPW property management, and all the other operational and logistic support that we need in the city. We're working on our emergency contracts, Madam Mayor, to get those in place to support. We just awarded new sanitation contracts, looking at hotel lodging for essential personnel to stay back. One thing to remember is we had 200 damaged facilities during Hurricane Ida, so we're still in recovery from the last hurricane, and Zeta, and Beta, and Laura. So we're still working these disasters. We're prepared to support the residents. I need all the residents. I know the streets are open right now in full construction. We got 57 full reconstruction projects going. The residents are frustrated. They send me their emails, send some more. I've been with my staff going out to these sites to see how we can close them up, talking to industry, how we can clean these sites up, and continue to prepare and deliver services to the city. That's all I have.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. Director Corbin, Gassan Corbin, Sewage and Water Board.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. The Sewage and Water Board team started preparing for this year's season as soon as last year's season ended. We looked back at our experience with Ida. We took all our lessons learned, applied them forward to this year's preparedness plan. And we've ran or conducted a lot of preparation and hurricane preparedness tabletops, and we are feeling very confident, more confident than even last year, of how we are going to perform moving forward this year. We have ongoing cleanup of our canals, upper canals. We're removing all large debris. We are clearing vegetation, and we are also cutting grass, and will continue to do so as the weather permit throughout the season. We coordinate our efforts with the levee district, with SLEPA East, relative to if and when they close the outfall canal pumping stations. They have 3 of them, and then if they do close the gates, we have to be in sync relative to their pumping operation as well as ours to maintain an acceptable level for the water in the canal. So that's very critical, and it's been a very collaborative and successful relationship with the levee district. We've also reciprocated participation with Entergy. We've invited them to participate with our preparedness workshops, and they've invited to participate in theirs, and has really created a better appreciation to the challenges of our teams, and also created a better communication at multiple levels. Again, very good lessons learned from last year relative to what's critical, what to pay attention to during an event and during an outage. As we move forward into this season, we have 95 of the 99 drainage pumps available. That's a very good place to be. 2 of those pumps are in DPS 6, which is one of the largest pumping stations rather, and 1 of those pumps will return in operation by the end of this month, by the end of June, which puts us at 12 pumps out of the 13. So again, it's a good redundant situation. There's no concern whatsoever. It's very typical to have one pump down, and again, we have plenty of redundancy in that pumping station. The other 2 that are down, one is in DPS 11. It's in West Bank. It's out of service and not likely to return before the end of the season. But again, that doesn't pose any concern because we have capacity in that pumping station. Similarly, for DPS 13, also on the West Bank, we have 1 pump that is down. And then we are able, however, to use it if and when we need it in a very, very emergency situation. So if we need to, we will use it. Otherwise, it will not be utilized. All of our 12 underpass pumping stations are operational and ready to work, which is a very critical asset. Relative to our power, we are in a very, very good place. We have T4, T5, and T6 available and operational at full capacity. We have 4 of our 5 EMDs ready to serve. Those are backup to the backup. We will only use them only if we need to, and we hope not to use them, obviously, because they do cause a lot of concerns to our neighborhood. Neighbors, rather, I should say. We have multiple frequency changes that allow us to use energy power and convert it into 25 hertz, allowing us to drive more of the old pumping stations that we have, and that amounts to about 27 megawatts of power. So again, with what we have today, we have plenty of power capacity to exceed even the peak demand for the season. So we stand in very, very good place. Quickly, relative to drinking water, we have ample capacity to produce drinking water. We have 6 of our 8 pumps that pump drinking water into the distribution system. We never use more than 4, so again, we have redundancy even with the 2 that are down. 2 of those 6 are brand new, so they are very reliable and efficient. The pumps that we have use either 60 hertz or 25 hertz, so not only we have redundancy in numbers, but we also have flexibility to use whatever power supply that is available. So that was proven very, very critical last year during Ida, where we did not have any interrupted drinking service for the city. It was very huge, and that was because we have that redundancy and the flexibility. And then finally, in terms of wastewater treatment, as some of you may know, that we sustained damage at the East wastewater treatment plant. That plant has gone through a lot of repairs, about $6 million worth. It's fully functional. The backup generator also sustained damage, and that is also back in service and fully operational. We are fortifying that generator so to minimize further damage in the future. With that, our team is battle-tested, experienced, and we're ready to protect the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last year we were worried about redundancy. This year, we're not worried so much. More redundancy than we've had in decades. I'm going to now turn to Ms. Deanna Rodriguez with Entergy, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the mayor and everyone here. I think that pulling everybody together is important, and being a part of this entire team is important so that we all are ready for the next storm season. When it comes to resiliency, it's not only the strength of our system, but also how quickly and safely we come back from an outage. As in years past, we have worked with the Department of Homeland Security, and all critical customers have been identified. We're also working, and it was mentioned earlier, to create these cooling centers, and we have a generator readiness project that we've put together with the city, and the city has identified critical sites for those. Inspections of the grid and our facilities have been conducted using infrared cameras and drones to inspect power lines. So we are ready, we have rehearsed, and we have drilled. Finally, I would like to mention again, you can't hear it enough, you cannot convey this message enough. Generator safety is a big deal. It hurts people, and people have died more after storms than during storms. So please keep that in mind. I also want to remind people of down power lines. As any storm approach, it doesn't have to be a hurricane. If there is a down power line, do not approach it. Please make sure, take care of your friends, your family, your children in particular. And finally, we encourage customers to sign up for text messaging by texting REG to 36778. All you have to do is enter your zip code and have your account number handy. It allows us to notify you if your power is back on, if you have evacuated, or if you need to know in between now and then if there's a storm and something has gone on. We encourage all customers to stay away from down power lines and to call 1-800-ENTERGY with any concerns that they may have. Thank you, Mayor, for having us.
No, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask Alex Wiggins, RTA, to come forth. We're going to hear from Kelly. We'll hear from Flood Protection following, and then Colonel David.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. The RTA stands ready to assist the residents of New Orleans in the event the mayor does call for an evacuation associated with a hurricane. What's critical for our residents who need transportation assistance is to get to one of the 17 evacuation centers that have been identified throughout the entire city to prepare for transport to the Smoothie King Center. We can transport you, small bags, and most importantly, pets are members of our family. So make sure if you have pets that they're contained, that they're under control, and we'll be able to get you safely to the Smoothie King Center. In addition to serving the identified evacuation spots, we also this year are planning to provide service on all of the city's major arterials to complement the evacuation spots. So if you can't get to one of our buses will be able to pick you up along the way as long as you identify yourself. We won't have to go to a designated stop. If we see you and you need assistance, we'll make sure that we pick you up. So it's just critical that you're prepared and you have all the supplies that you need, and the RTA stands ready to assist.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Flood Protection Authority East, turned over the Hizzer system that didn't fail us at all.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Kelly Chandler, Regional Director of Southeast Flood Protection Authority East. As Mayor Cantrell said, we operate and maintain 192 miles of levees and flood walls and floodgates on the east bank of the Mississippi River in Orleans, Jefferson, and St. Bernard Parish. Recently, just last week, we had the Corps of Engineers turn over the final section of the Hizzer system to us. And given the number of storms we've had, the intensity of the storms, we recognize the responsibility we have to operate and maintain that system. And we want taxpayers to know that we don't stop. We never stop maintaining that system. We always have Katrina in the back of our mind yesterday. We are confident the system will perform as designed, and it showed itself during Hurricane Ida, and it paid back billions of saved damages and infrastructure and lives that could potentially be lost. As we prepare for hurricane season, we coordinate with the mayor's administration and her team, Colin Arnold. They're a great partner with the Corps of Engineers, with CPRA, with all the parishes, with Sewage and Water Board, and I just really want to thank them for their coordination and their partnership. Also want to thank, we have over 230 employees that work for our agency that operate and maintain this system on a daily basis. So when a hurricane season comes, when a hurricane is on its way, we're ready. We've operated our gates, we've conducted our annual inspections, we've updated our emergency operations manual. We are ready. I do want to report that we do have one pump station down at our London Avenue outfall canal. As Gaston has mentioned, that pump station only operates during a hurricane, and we coordinate with Sewage and Water Board to match their pumping. That pump is redundant. We do not have any concerns about being able to match their pumping capacity. During a storm, we'll be in constant communication with them as we pump together and match our levels. And we will also be actively managing the water levels in the canal within the Corps of Engineers specifications. And so we feel confident that the system will perform as designed. I do want to remind everybody it is called the Hurricane and Storm and Damage Risk Reduction System. It is called that for a reason. You cannot eliminate 100% of the risk. So as everybody up here has mentioned, it's important that you do your part. Have a plan, have supplies, know you're going to evacuate, have adequate insurance, and listen to local and state officials. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, and those are officials in the city of New Orleans updating the public on hurricane preparedness. They want to make sure people there are safe and ready for the hurricane season. And we want to end here tonight with a live look at the sunrise in London. Tomorrow is the Jubilee. It's the anniversary of Queen Elizabeth's 70 years as being on the throne there over the pond. Meantime, we will also bring you the latest developments on the situation in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the shooting that happened at a medical center. We know that 4 people were shot, were killed, fatally injured, and the shooter killed himself, according to authorities. Our team in Orlando will be taking live coverage on all top headlines across the country. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. Have a good night.
Probably pretty limited. I will attempt to take some questions after everybody has spoken, but giving you that warning ahead of time, the information is still very new and very limited. At 4:52 hours, our dispatch received a call of an active shooter at the Natalie Medical Building at 6457 South Yale Avenue. We had officers